my sounds. I love doing collaborations, been working with different musicians, Johnston, Keza Jones, and many more, Cecilia Kairebga. But I really like collaborations because it gives more inspiration, and they're working together, fusing music together. It's creating something which is really good. And I've been part of Urban Music Label. It's a nice project which combined together different producers and electronic DJs and traditional musicians just to make new sound which never been before. So the one I'm dreaming to work with, to collaborate with, is Richard Bonner. He's my favorite. Well, my favorite venue so far is Doadoa. I've been there. We've been there at festivals. It was really, really good. We had so much fun. Good experiment. And so far, another venue I would like to be is New York. I want to experiment the sounds of New York with the different musicians and Canadian festivals, Memorial, and somewhere else. So I like to travel the world experimenting new sounds. Do I have a new song very soon? Yes, I'm working on. I'm in studio. I'm working on my new song, my second track of my second album, which will be released maybe in 3 weeks. Wherever you are, you can find my music on digital platforms like Amazon, iTunes, Spotify, and you can also buy my album on Bandcamp. You can find all my music, and on my YouTube channel I use Munyakazi Deo. You can follow me also on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. I use Munyakazi Deo as well. Wherever you are, you can get my music.
Bega kwisiwe nunzije tujyane nzanye inanga yanjye tuzenguruka Afurika tugendagende iyi si tubabwira amahoro turerebe urukundo iraba indamukanyo maze banyikirize amahoro amani amahoro emilembe amani 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 amani
Here is my next song to you, the sounds of Rwanda. nimuze twimakaze umuco w'abanyarwanda nk'uko byahozeho, duhuza amarembo tugwiza amanaro, dusenga n'Imana dusangire byose, tuvumbata imfubyi duterana inkunga, duhana inka duhanira abageni nk'uko byahozeho. Isoko dusangiye ni umuco w'abavukarwanda, ni umuco w'abavukarwanda. Abana b'ibisage batoza urukundo, abakobwa b'iwacu basusurutsa uruhembe, ababyeyi b'i Rwanda barwambarira impumbya, abasaza mbakunde bari mu misango nk'uko byahozeho, nk'uko byahozeho. Isoko dusangiye ni umuco w'abavukarwanda, ni umuco w'abavukarwanda, ni umuco w'abavukarwanda. I wrote this song, Isoko Dusangiye, just to remind people to be back to the roots, to the basics, to the essence as it was before, and bring back the culture. And that was my story here on Doa Doa as Munyakazi Deo, artist from Rwanda. I hope you enjoyed. Until next time, peace.
Thank you so much for joining this week's show, Doa Doa 2021. I hope you had some fun and got some inspiration. If you have any comment, please don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and leave your comment, or our Facebook page, Twitter or Instagram. We'll definitely get back to you. We are very grateful, and until next week, I remain your host, Faizo Kiwewa from Bayimba and the Doa Doa team. Keep it Doa Doa 2021.
itaranto hariho umutware yaratunze cyane afite n'abagaragu kera kabaye agira uruzinduko mu kindi gihugu ahamagara abagaragu be maze abasigira ubutunzi bwe amuha tarane eshanu undi amuha ebyiri undi amuha tarane imwe itagirira kabiri maze umutware arazinduka maze babagaragu batangira gukoresha za tarano nk'uko shebuja yazibasigiye uwahawe shana aragenda arazigenza agenzura amesha hano uwahawe ebyiri nawe abigenza atyo agenzuramo ebyiri maze wa wundi wahawe imwe aragenda acukura icobo ayishamo ya tarano aratinyuka arayitabaye nuko iminsi irahitindira ataha maze shebuja mu kuzindukuruka abarana nabo ibyo yabasigiye uwahawe shana araseruka ati databuja mwiza wansigiye shanu uzungutse izindi eshanu uwahawe ebyiri nawe araseruka ati databuja mwiza wansigiye ebyiri zungutse izindi ebyiri shebuja ati bagaragu banje beza nuko kuko mwakiranutse muri bike nico gitumye mbekurira byinshi ico nimuze mwinjire mu munezero wa shobuja maze wa wundi wahawe tarane imwe itagiriye kabiri adatera hejuru azayivovota cane ati databuja narinzi kuri umunyamwaga usarura utabibye na munagane itaranto narayitavye mu butaka dore ngiyo ufata ibyawe maze shebuja aramusubiza ati mbe mugaragu mubi niko wamunyabutewe esi ni wari ukwiye kuyiha abagenza maze nkasangaho inyungu yayo nuko shebuja arayimwambura ayigabira wa wundi wungutse itarane 10 igiye mu zindi agira 11 kuko ufite wese azongererwa ariko udafite azanyagwa n'utwo yari afite maze wa mugaragu mubi baramuboha bamujugunya mu mwijima hanze azize ubupfapfa mbega agahinda we itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe gikwiye itaranto yawe yikoreshe neza igira umumaro mu gihe
aseruke mu byivugo byiza. Mpamagare Sebatunzi ayihere mu miyuki, akubwira intaha na batatu yaruta mu kinyange, cyarutiruka mu bakemba, mu bakemba. Tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka ahiwacu turatarama.
Ebana biso tolinga kosepela kakelongo tolinga tosepela tosangisa pe tolingana
tugusogogeze ku ntango y'amahoro. Kwibutsa umugani wa Nyashya na Baba, inkuru ya Saruhara rwa Nkomokomo, Cyacana ndetse na Ngunda. Tugutaramire kandi uzagaruka ahiwacu turatarama. Ngwirurare aho dutaramiye nta rungu. Inka cyuringanje cyuringanje, reka ntugatsikire. Cyuringanje cyuringanje cyuringanje, nuko umuco wacu ntugacindishe.
Hello and welcome to the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel. Wherever you're watching from around the world, it could be morning, afternoon, it could be evening, whatever time it is. I know the saying always goes like it's always tea time, but here at House of Talent, on this day we say anytime is coffee time. My name is Emmanuel, like I said, and the Coffee Messiah is not here with us today. He had to go, I think, to convert some people and maybe bring them into the studio next time we're here. But nonetheless, in the studio today, we have someone who is very experienced when it comes to the business of coffee, when it comes to everything that entails coffee. Mr. Abdul, you're very welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
It's a privilege for us.
However, to do with the coffee business, it's actually so, I would say, amazing to me, because I had no idea, because where I grew up there was nothing like coffee, and actually I was being inspired by actually he's a white guy, actually. I will tell you that. He was by names of Mr. John Quinton. He's a British. In 2000 it was 2005. Yeah, so we chatted, and I think as I would say grown-ups and or people who have kind of moved places, he picked interest in me. So in Kampala, he saw, he asked me that, what would you do to be rich? I know he was expecting me to tell him that I would work for you and become rich. So, yeah, actually, I did not say that. So, I said, yeah, I have to be patient. That's what I told him. I have to be patient. I know there's some big catch ahead of me. He said, no. You know what? Uganda, you have got coffee.
Yeah.
And coffee is very close to oil in terms of commodity. He said, oil sells more, yeah? But coffee is next. Uganda, you have the best coffee. One of the best coffee all over the world.
Yeah.
This is someone from Europe. He's been here for some time and they do research. By the time he mentioned that, he had already made his research on the Ugandan coffee.
Yeah.
So here he carried on, he told me, we need to find coffee somewhere. I need to get sample of coffee somewhere. If possible, I can try it out. And I asked him why, how, sorry. He said, I will show you. So we reached Kampala. Like over the weekend, he called me to the office because he was my superior, he was my boss. He gave me a task. He told me, you know what? The Rwanda Coffee Authority. I moved on to all those places in Rwanda because I even didn't know the places, but I had directions on how to reach there, and I could easily use motorbikes, and they could hear the Swahili. I was like, no, I'm going to do it. So I continued. Yeah, I came with a lot of samples and to do, but some people, we were many, not alone like me alone, but I think he wanted to fulfill the story that we had when we were driving.
About being rich.
That's it. That's what I said. So I went to Chisoro, also the same thing, moved to several places, and from there I could inquire also for some other places because I did not know the whole places, but I would inquire, where else can I find something as good as you having here, or anything close, so they could refer you. I was like, yeah, that's good. That's good. He had some biscuits there, and so it became a kind of a no, because we had 20 kgs from some kgs I got from Rwanda. Now he's roasting and drink his coffee over there now and then. So we're working, but now he's drawing more of the plans. There he started. It's like, you know what? We need to look for a place and have a coffee shop around. Very fast. How is it going to work? I have an idea. That's how he was like. So he would be the main man, and I'm always following. So, there we go. So I started looking for places. So he ordered for
This is the coffee break on House of Talent. My name is Emmanuel. Today we are hosting Abdul Yusuf, who's giving us, a hint on how he ended up in the coffee business, telling us that his first experience actually with coffee wasn't that good. And we'll be talking about this and more as we get back into it. Let's take a break, go grab a cup of coffee, and we'll be right back. This is House of Talent Television.
moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel. This is the show where we get to talk about everything that is involved in coffee. We get to talk about brewing. We get to talk about issues like from tree to cup. For those of you who understand that, and for those of you who don't understand, well, this is the right show for you. Before we went for a break, we're talking to Mr. Abdul about his story, about where he started from and where he ended up in the coffee business, and he gave us his
Looking at, let me say, you're doing, let me say medium roast, yeah?
like to the level we have
To
on
the-
the screen there.
All right, yeah.
We
That
can
looks
see-
great on
yeah.
the screen. So that is almost medium to dark roast. So that one, it's actually a reaction that took place to enable that coffee beans turn to that color
Yeah.
by use of fire and the chemical reaction that took place during the fire and the coffee beans. So the coffee turned into that color and it's softened so it can be easily grinded and you can, yes.
Where does it start? Because I know that the coffee process itself actually starts from when you put a seed into the ground, like for those who grow coffee.
Yeah.
Okay, then it comes into the hands of whoever is going to do the roasting. So where do we start the process from, and where does it end up into a cup?
Yeah, actually with coffee processing, ideally, I prefer to give a kind of a very clear understanding that people should mind that before you start roasting, something wrong with the coffee. Maybe it had a poor storage. Then the result in your cup will be
It
disappointing.
will be different, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so from what you're saying is that I need to first see what kind of coffee I have. I believe that in different parts of the world, there are different types of coffee, and there are different effects that come onto this coffee. For example, the place where you grew it from, the kind of soil you used, and by the time it comes to the cup, I think it still contains some of those elements. Okay, so we have collected the coffee from, let's say, the farmers. We have sorted the debris from it, and now we have it in our hands. Okay, what type of equipment do we need to use to roast this coffee? I believe that there are commercial equipments, then there are some that we can actually use locally at home. I believe before all these equipments came, I remember that we were talking.
Because the only way we have to do it is doing it the right way. Yeah, you can grab your coffee when it's roasted according to your, preference. If you want a medium, you want it, you grab a pack, and there's no substitution. You can do it only to buy a small sample roasters. They are there because you can kind of regulate the temperatures on how you are roasting it. Actually, that can also work for like a home-based stuff to make sure that you have your cup at the end of the day. They are there, I'm sure, in supermarkets. You can get it in Jumia, I don't know, but you can have that. You put in some little bit, something like 200 or 150 grams of coffee. Yeah, you fire it up. You can plug it on, and then
it does the roasting.
It does the roasting. So you can enjoy your coffee that way. Have your small grinder also, because it's important. You cannot drink your coffee without grinding it. Yeah, the process ends up with grinding, and then you're having your
cup of coffee.
Your cup of coffee brewed.
Okay, so that's on the home side.
Yes.
I believe that you work for a company that does this on a commercial scale.
Yes.
How different are those the ones that they use commercially from the local ones? And are there any particular types that if I wanted to start a coffee roasting company that I should look out for?
Yeah, actually, with coffee, when you're talking about roasters and how they are best in terms of their functions, we have a hot air roaster, which is more of a convection, you know, and then we have the other one which has a direct heat, you know, it can just be so direct. So if you're having a direct heat roaster, so that means this is the effect that people don't know. Is on dropping the coffee and the coffee is just dancing into the hot air, you know, something like that. And the only thing you have to do is to regulate your burner ratio to ensure that the coffee is developing according to your expectations. So at the end of the day, the bean would be more even, it would be soft roasted. There's no hard roasting. I think you get what I'm trying to mean, the difference between the two. So it's not hard roasted, you know. So by the time your coffee is out, it's more even. Immediately you get the aroma out and you feel like, wow, you know. That's the difference with having different
direct and hot
air, you know. Yeah,
I like the way you say that, you know, the coffee dances.
Yeah, it does.
It gives it a very good perspective. We're going to get more into the flavors that I believe that, because when you roast, you have a light roast, you have a medium, then you have the dark roast, and these basically give you very different flavors. Okay, but we're first going to go into a break, then we'll come back and talk about these flavors, because I know the people out there actually want to know what kind of flavors do I get when I roast the coffee. We'll be back. We'll be right back after this break, but we'll not only be talking some coffee like it's the tradition here, and always I can't really wait to test the different kind of coffee that the different baristas make here. This is House of Talent Television. The show is The Coffee Break. Stay right there. We will be right back after this. Okay, so where do we start? For those of you who are following at home, just get your stuff ready and let's get into brewing this beautiful cup of coffee.
All right.
Abdul?
So actually this, just make it rest here. So with this device, this is a Hario V60, you always get this,
Okay.
And you can improvise to get a jar for yourself. So it's actually pretty so easy to have this equipment used. It's very easy. So actually the mechanism, I think what's most important is for you to master how much ml of water. So it would be very easy for us to have our yield out, you know, if we make 4 cups at a go. Okay. So here you go. Let me start by putting it here. 2. So I don't have my weighing scale, but we can.
We can always measure just. It's okay, we can always go with this.
Yeah, the right measurements are that you can have your 15 grams of coffee in your cup, and then here you go. So very simple. You have your coffee,
So as we brew this, we'll talk about the different kind of flavors that we can get from a roast. What kind of flavors basically do we get, and is there a particular recipe that each person has to get a different flavor, or it's kind of like a general type of flavor that we can all get?
Yeah, actually, if I can take you back just briefly during the roasting process.
Yeah.
So as you're roasting, the roaster itself, in most cases, we give it time before you start roasting your coffee. So you give it some, you heat it up. We call it heating up. So you heat it up to a temperature of about 230 to 235 degrees above. So to ensure that the coffee you're going to drop in, remember the coffee you're dropping in is green.
Yeah.
It drops down, the roaster drops down its temperature to about 70 degrees. That is way down,
I think that's where it becomes exothermic.
Yes. Depending on how much quantity of coffee you are dropping in. It might not drop in if you're putting in little, depending. It depends, but I would say at a capacity of a roaster, if you put the right amount, it will drop down. So when it drops down, literally the temperature will move for about 4 minutes, to about 160 degrees. Then we reach to a stage of developing. Caramelization takes place, and then sugars are present into the coffee. So it starts developing flavors, complexity, and then you're looking at monitoring your type of roast you're looking at. So if you were looking at doing a medium roast, then if you're doing a temperature, you would look at around 210 to about 200 and not more than 220, depending on how you want a medium roast done. Can be a high, medium, something like that, slightly. And then if you are developing it further, you are roasting, the last stage, which is the roasting stage. So the coffee starts changing colors. So now it does a medium dark roast, then you're doing a dark roast. So you're looking at more temperatures like 232, you're doing a medium to dark roast, and then we're talking about Celsius, you go to 200 and about 240, doing a real dark roast with more oily on the body, and so interesting, So now, as we are brewing, I think our coffee is ready.
Yeah, coffee is ready.
So as we do our brewing, you can have that on top here, if you don't mind. And we can have a cup of coffee.
Yeah, you can just move this here.
Served.
This is the part we always actually wait for.
Really?
To test the different kinds of coffee.
Very simple, and anyone can do that at home, and you enjoy your coffee as you're doing some stuff.
Actually, it looks so simple.
Yeah.
If I can take you, you said you have a coffee school.
Yes.
And I think it's very important for us in Uganda to actually come up with these schools, given the times that we're actually in, with the whole lockdown and COVID. And, some students are really not in.
It's kind of, people like blended coffee. Baristas talk about blendings, so we came with that idea to say that's Gulf and blends. And there is a history actually behind that. So, our location, we are located at Rubaga. As you reach Salt FM or Salt Media, from there it's just like 5 minutes. You're reaching at Gulf and Blends Coffee. So from there we train baristas. We train baristas, and if you're a barista out there, you feel like you want to kind of handle these skills, and then you need to build some from learning that. If you're doing advanced, you're going to also learn the specialty coffee brewing. So specialty coffee starts with the green coffee, because specialty, this is the standard way of preparation. It can either be the green beans, it's being carefully, taken care of to meeting certain standard. So now we're going to we're going to also have a specialty preparation of coffee. I'm talking about brewing in the other hand, where we would be having different tools that we are using there, and they are actually traditionally known for their different tastes and different grinds of coffee required for you to brew them. The other one is commercial, because you only use one grind of coffee, which is espresso grind, to kind of make all these other coffees. Now you will need to adjust your grinder, have it more coarser, to kind of do a French press, do a V60, do a Chemex, you know, and all those other coffees, even a drip coffee which you're having at home. You need a specific grind to make sure that you're not overflowing the coffee or messing up all over the table. Yes, so that is for the advanced. So if you're doing a basics training, you will only learn the commercial. You know, some people want that because they have been running over and they've been like
involved in the coffee business.
They were already waiters or waitresses. Now they just want to catch up. So that way also you just come and do basics because you have some idea. So we move together to ensure that we have our goals met. In our career.
So is there a way that these different people can contact you? Are you on social media? You already told us you're located in Rubaga, next to Salt Media. So are you on social media, and what are the handles that people can find you?
Actually you can reach us. You can reach us on our handles. Like I can give you your my contacts. We are on WhatsApp. We're on Facebook. You can reach us on Facebook. It's Gulf and Blends. You just go Gulf and Blends. You find us on Facebook, and our contacts. If you can reach us direct as well, we can be so helpful to you and welcome you at Gulf and Blends. And literally, we call ourselves the coffee culture. Yes, so I can give you the number 0701 104027. I can repeat the number. It's 0701 104027.
And that's a WhatsApp and a calling number?
That's a calling number, and it's the WhatsApp number. You can reach us, and you can also hit on the Facebook, and then you find us. You comment or you tell us whatever you feel like discussing with Gulf and Blends.
Talking about that, as we actually have a cup of coffee before it gets so cold. We're talking before the show began, and you had something interesting that you wanted to tell people out there. Whoever wants to, start this barista journey of theirs. So I just want you to look into that camera and just tell that person, I know there's someone.
All right. Like he said, I know there is someone. I want to thank the team of
House of
Talent for hosting me, and I'm sure he's hosted the whole academy in here, though others are invisible, but I'm sure all of you are in here. So we are giving out an opportunity for those who are interested. They're feeling so much enthusiasm into coffee and they want to train as baristas. We are giving a chance for 5 people out there. If you want to train as a barista, we are giving a chance of a 50% discount, such that you can come and train with us. This is an opportunity. It's your opportunity. So you will have to call House of Talent, give them a call. The first 5 people, I'm sure you will be the lucky ones, and they will contact us for the lucky ones, and we will welcome you for the training. Yes, please.
Just to reiterate what he said, we're giving you an opportunity. I know that there are those of you who watch this show and keep on wondering, how can I become a barista? How can I get involved in the coffee process? And Gulf and Blends is here to give you that opportunity. So for the first 5 people to contact House of Talent, you can DM us on our social media handles.
Thank you for that concern. Now, what I would want to encourage, like my fellow Ugandans, Uganda is a very rich country. In terms of coffee, even during this season, that the hardest season we are going through, we as Uganda has been exporting coffee. It has been a commodity that has never stopped, even amidst this period. So we are looking at a business, I would say at large, which is more encouraging, more interesting, and it can be your next future, you know.
Kind of like an investment.
It can be your next future tomorrow.
Yeah.
You become a barista, you come and train. Look at yourself as someone who's behind the counter, serving coffee, trying to craft it very nicely, and you have this kind of knowledge into your head. Someone has hired you, and you can simply do it the way you are being required to do it.
Yeah.
So I feel so happy when someone has trained and I would give you out of experience. I've got some students, they train and they kind of get to travel. They go abroad, and by the time he sends back maybe a photo, you just say someone is doing well. We have a tendency of other fellow Ugandans going abroad, and they come back when they start hiding themselves. You know why? It's because someone has gone out and did not go with a skill. So it's so important for us now to kind of involve ourselves in skills. It will dwell us from whatever situation that we have been kind of longing for, and we become better persons for our future.
Well, yes. Abdul, thank you very much for those words, and I believe that whoever is out there has really been encouraged to get into the coffee business. Just start now. Like Abdul gave you his contacts. You have our contacts at House of Talent on our social media handles. Contact us. We can always let you know how you can get involved in the coffee business. And if you have someone out there who you believe that you want to see on this show, you can also nominate them. We'll have them here. But our time is fast spent. Abdul, thank you again very much.
Maybe just a second. I would like to send my regards to...
please.
I want to send my regards to a few people. First of all, I'm sending my regards to Mr. Bonnie. He's one of my partners at Gulf and Blends. I know he's watching. One Love Archive. Lake Bunyonyi, I know everyone down there is watching. I told you guys to watch our coffee break today in the morning at the House of Talent. And Rachel, saluting you. I know you're part of the team. I think I'm so humbled for having me here. And hopefully next time you will also host us.
There will be a next time, because I believe that we still had a lot of stuff to exhaust. But till next time, thank you for watching the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel. I was hosting a
You know me know. Yeah, you know. Alex Torch. Hey. Ooh, yo, ooh, yo, ooh, yo. Ooh, yo, ooh, yo, ooh, yo. Ooh, yo, ooh, yo, ooh, yo. Ooh, yo. Ooh, yo. You know wange gonna londa. Sente tewali netusonda. You know wange agumide embera zonna. Kachaya kabisi netumisa. Ebizibu byensi nebitusota. Omukyalo musufu ngono. Nali butewa. Uyo, uyo, uyo. Uyo, uyo, uyo. Pasa na kuyisa milyango. Tulifembi, it's me and you. Twewala bigambo. You know wange gonna londa. Sente tewali netusonda. You know wange agumide embera zonna. Kachaya kabisi netumisa. Ebizibu byensi nebitusota. Omukyalo musufu ngono. Nali butewa. Uyo, uyo, uyo. Uyo, uyo, uyo. Uyo, uyo, uyo. Uyo, uyo. You know wange gonna londa. Sente tewali netusonda. You know wange agumide embera zonna. Kachaya kabisi netumisa. Ebizibu byensi nebitusota. Omukyalo musufu ngono. Nali butewa. Uyo, uyo, uyo. Uyo, uyo, uyo. Uyo, uyo, uyo. Uyo, uyo.
To the sound, I'm back again to get you into the what you might have forgotten. Hence your style is ill rotten, never forgotten. Origin ancestral flow scripts that's written from the beginning. Open the book of Genesis, script yes. Originator, lyrical shaka warrior like Zulu Luga flow embedded dip in my veins to bring pain or the trouble to torn up the best line I triple to. Breath one, let's find purpose to keep
you
living.
And I, we can fly away. We got love, love is the medicine.
People know the gateway from pain. Never to be mistaken with the suffering endorsed by the brain. Here recall my name, but I'm skeptical to what it prescribes. I'll never be the same as a side effect to money and fame. I make it hard for them to tie me in chains. I break it down where ignorance is a game. Ask your doctor what he will give you when your spirit's in pain. Take it or leave it, the red pill gives you wings to fly.
We can fly away.
Yeah.
likapunja mu nyanja amaisaga ng'okagakwata n'omutima gwange okagutwara ninzigora bokiwe ninzigora bokiwe aboki ijamutwale ogwangiwe aboki ijamutwale nabaragaine tibetana aboki ijamutwale ogwangiwe aboki ijamutwale nabaragaine tibetana abasaija nsangire bengidi bakwegomba tuna bantu mabanswasa no mu bantu abasi babimba bana kansonga kibeire kiroto I love you, love you, love you. Aboki ijamutwale ogwangiwe aboki ijamutwale nabaragaine tibetana aboki ijamutwale ogwangiwe aboki ijamutwale nabaragaine tibetana likapunja mu
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
Angela, so having stated the obligations, what would be your assessment of Uganda as a country? How are we doing in as far as the prevention of gender-based violence is concerned? What would be your quick appraisal? How are we doing as a country?
As a country, I'll first appreciate the successes. I'll commend government to some extent that there have been enactment of laws like the Domestic Violence Act. We have the other laws and even the Constitution itself. However, there's still a lot that has to be done.
Yes.
For instance, as a government, we have a silent pandemic that most people that are in government have failed to understand. This silent pandemic is gender-based violence, where people are focusing on how many people are dying of COVID, and no one is focusing on how many people are becoming victims and survivors of gender-based violence. So it really, really affects. And then the other thing is in regards to the implementation. We have very, very good laws on that side. It affects a woman, it affects a man, and it affects also children.
Hello viewers, welcome to yet another episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Today we're discussing yet another right or another aspect of our rights that has been affected significantly by COVID-19. As you know, in the previous episodes we've been tackling different issues. We talked about employment law, we talked about land rights, we've talked about access to justice, we've talked about human rights broadly as a theme and how COVID-19 has affected it. But today, we'll look at gender-based violence. What is the intersection between COVID-19 and gender-based violence? And with me in studio is Angela Simwe, who is the human rights lawyer and working for FIDA Uganda. Angela, you're welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you so much, Jonathan.
How have you been?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Great. So COVID-19 came here. How have you been coping up, knowing that almost for the last 1.5 years or 2 years, the game has been a bit different. How has it been on your end?
On my end, it has been a bit complicated, but with time I managed to cope up because I'm so much into online work.
Okay.
So most of the work I had that was physical, I transferred it to online because I work mainly with people that are vulnerable and marginalized, women and children. Yes.
So you managed to keep afloat?
Yes.
Okay, so I know you do so many things, but I also know that you do some work for FIDA. When we talk about gender-based violence, what do we exactly mean? How would you explain to an ordinary person this whole idea of gender-based violence?
Okay, thank you so much, Jonathan. So, gender-based violence, what we have to know is it evolved from violence against women, and that was under the UN Declaration on Violence Against Women, where they defined, or to make it easier for the ordinary Ugandan, like you said, it's any act of violence that can be physical, emotional, economical, or anything that is harmful to a person. So it's basically violence that has different forms.
My quick understanding of violence would entail sort of physical contact. So how are people violated economically and, I don't know, emotionally?
Okay, so what we have to understand is
this idea in an eloquent manner. And I'm curious to know, so where are these ideas embedded? Because if we talk about fighting gender-based violence, we should have some framework in place to facilitate our work. So if you look at global, regional, or national frameworks, what is there? What do they provide for in that regard?
Thank you so much. So in regards to the frameworks we have, I'll start with our constitution. The Constitution of the Republic of Uganda under Objective 14. It's very, very clear that the state is obligated to protect rights of people. And then we have Article 33, which is rights of women. Because gender-based violence mostly, especially in Uganda, affects more of women than men. However, we're not saying that men are not affected. So Article 33(3) is clear that it's in regards to protecting rights of women. However, in the Objective 14 of the Constitution, it's protection of all rights of people. So that's where you find gender-based violence issues that are aligned. And then we have other laws like the Domestic Violence Act. I'm privileged to be one of those people that belongs to the Domestic Violence Coalition. The people that ensured that we worked on the Domestic Violence Act in Uganda, and it was passed. And FIDA is also a member, and other organizations that are women rights organizations. We also have the Penal Code. However, the Penal Code is a law that has been in existence for ages. So there are many loopholes. We also have the one of prohibition of female genital mutilation, which is in regards to the harmful practices that I told you about. Then we have the Sexual Offences Bill. Now those are all national. Sexual Offences Bill that was enacted in need to pass the Sexual Offences Bill so that it protects all people, because it's a law that consolidates all laws in regards to sexual offences. Then in regards to the regional level, we have what we call the Maputo Protocol. That one is a bit related to the Sexual Offences Bill. It also covers those issues to do with marital rape, to do with abortion, to do with issues to do with LGBTIQ, because in the sexual offences bill, one of the reasons that's why we didn't want it to get passed is because it criminalized. But then the state, under Objective 14, it's clear that it has to protect rights of the people. And then apart from the state, we the people, as Angela, as a human rights activist, as a lawyer, I also have a right and duty to protect and also ensure that I fight for the rights of the survivors. And then the community leaders, because we have some community leaders that are gatekeepers of patriarchy. And yes, so what I mean mainly, patriarchy is like domination by men, where someone feels that a woman is more inferior to a man, and that's where you'll find people thinking that women are property. So a woman is abused just because a man paid dowry, and then they don't know that dowry is something where the case law is now clear that it's not buying a woman, it's just a gift. So you don't have to beat a woman just because you took something. And then there are also religious institutions. They also have a big role to play. So every time they keep telling women, you have to submit. If a woman beats you, a man beats you, it is okay. So we also have to engage them so that they play their role. And these days they are trying to do a good job, because I've listened to radio stations, TV stations, and it's clear. They tell people that gender-based violence is a vice that needs to be stopped. So all those institutions and individuals have a big role to play. So it starts with you and me, and then it goes to government, and then it goes to the leaders in the community, then it goes to our MPs, it goes to also the international level. And that's why we gave you both national, regional, and international, because it's everyone's duty and role to protect women and men against gender-based violence.
Angela, so having stated the obligations, what would be your assessment of Uganda as a country? How are we doing in as far as the prevention of gender-based violence is concerned? What would be your quick appraisal? How are we doing as a country?
As a country, I'll first appreciate the successes. I'll commend government to some extent that there have been enactment of laws like the Domestic Violence Act. We have the other laws and even the constitution itself. However, there's still a lot that has to be done. For instance, as a government, we have a silent pandemic that most people that are in government have failed to understand. This silent pandemic is gender-based violence, where people are focusing on how many people are dying of COVID, and no one is focusing on how many people are becoming victims and survivors of gender-based violence. So it really, really affects. And then the other thing is in regards to the implementation. We have very, very good laws in Uganda, but then one of the main issues that we face is in regards to the implementation of those laws. So there's lacking in regards to the implementation. And then there's also lacking in regards to sensitization. People don't know these laws. You'll find someone harassing a person online and they'll think it's funny. Someone look at you and they're like, oh, and then they'll give you a sexual comment and they think it is funny, it is okay to look at a woman or a man and you make a sexual comment.
Even men, huh?
Yes, so that's why I said a man or a woman. So this affects either sides. It affects a woman, it affects a man, and it affects also children. Yes.
So it's basically, you're basically saying we are there but not there.
We are there but not there. And then the other thing that has also failed totally is in regards to the shelters. The numbers are increasing. The 2016 demographic survey was clear. 25% of girls get pregnant below the age of 18 years. And since the onset of COVID-19, the numbers have doubled. And in the last report we had, there were over 60 girls that get pregnant below the age of 18. And that is also related to gender-based violence under the form of sexual violence. So you realize that if we have such a number, and then we have a president that will go on television and tell people that if these girls have not died, it is not an issue. That is really, really crap. We can't say that this is an issue. So, because this is a silent pandemic. Every now and then they are releasing numbers of girls that are getting pregnant. And yet we have a government that has done nothing about it. We have no shelter. We have no laws that are implemented that are very clear. Yes. So,
Angela, that's a sort of a sad revelation, really, your closing remarks at that point. But I guess it's time for us to go for a break and cool off a little bit. Then after that, we'll pick on from there. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. Let's go for a quick break. We'll be right back.
when it comes to the law, we basically live the law, you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife, you know. All the things are the law, you know.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture, that underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relative.
Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television, coming soon.
Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. I'm Jonathan Ochom, your host. And today we're sitting with Angela Sime from FIDA Uganda to discuss gender-based violence and how COVID-19 has affected or impacted on the whole gender-based violence discussion situation in the country. So Angela, welcome back.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Before the break, you were unpacking the responsibilities and obligations of the different people. You talked about the state, talked about religious leaders, individuals, and stuff like that. So I want us to switch gears now and then tackle COVID-19. So we have a global pandemic comes to Uganda, and the government, as expected, had to swing in action and put in place a number of stringent measures in order to curb the spread of the virus. And but along the way, we realized number of issues arising along the way. But I'm curious to know from your end, what is your assessment of how COVID-19, the interplay between COVID-19 and gender-based violence?
Thank you, Jonathan. So one of the first things I want to let people know, we've had many people blame COVID to have brought gender-based violence, but COVID is not the problem. It has, COVID is not the problem. It has been there before. Gender-based violence was there before COVID-19. So one of the things we have to understand is when COVID-19 came, the stringent measures that you talked about, the restrictions, the lockdowns, are the ones that accelerated the numbers and increased them. So when people were locked down, especially the first lockdown where people were not allowed to move, and we realized that people like you, the lawyers, were not allowed to work. You are considered non-essential, by the way.
Yeah, so, but the borders were more needed at that point, yeah.
So mainly what you have to understand, those restrictions increased the rate. And then that was because many people were stuck with their abusers. Most of the times...
I thought people were stuck with their spouses, their loving spouses.
There are people that were stuck with their loving children, loving spouses, but then there are also those people that were stuck with abusers. most of the times there are people that will go out there and they look for a sexual partner, but then now you're stuck in a home and you're with people that don't even connect with you. So the next thing you're thinking about is, okay, what do I do now? And one of the things we have to understand is people that are perpetrators of sexual violence don't start during the pandemic, but they have been doing this. Maybe they were doing it with other people, but now that they are stuck in homes with these young children, with the women, with the men, then those become the victims. Because then you can't go out there. Maybe they were having the sexual violence in offices. Now they are home. So who else can you have? It's the people that are at home. I'm one of the people that work with mainly teenage girls. And those are pregnant teenage girls, because I'm also a survivor of sexual harassment that gave birth at the age of 15. But then we got over 80% of cases that were incest cases. You've realized that these are fathers that are defining the girls. These are uncles, these are aunties, these are, you get? So at the end of the day, there are people that have the power and influence. Before COVID, people that had the power and influence were mainly teachers, border riders that take your children home. So those that are the people that had the power then. But now you're home. So people were very, very much stuck with those abusers. And that's why the rates, especially to do with physical violence, even sexual violence. Physical violence will start with the police. Very many people, especially those that live in far-to-reach areas, there was a time where even borders were restricted to move, and you needed like a letter from the RDC. Yes. So when they beat you there, you decide to die in silence. You're like, okay, let me not put out the dirty laundry, because what if I don't even reach there? And then the other thing was to do with, apart from the police, to do with the courts. People that are supposed to ensure that these survivors get access to justice, like you and me, we are not out there to provide it, because we are considered non-essential in the first lockdown. So courts were not operating on such matters, because according to the president, he realized and thought that it is okay to tell Ugandans that gender-based violence is not an issue that needs to be concerned and also needs to be addressed, where people can access justice. He said, unless it is to do with like murder, to do with robbery, the things to do with gender-based violence, to him were not.
You can understand where he's coming from.
You can't understand if you're someone like me who works with gender-based violence shelters. I've worked with several gender-based violence shelters, not only the Remnant Generation, even Ugandan shelters. Last week we are reopening the shelters of Kamuli and Namutumba. Those are under Uganda Women's Network. And that is in relation to the shrinking civic space. We have a shelter that is closed just because the gender-based violence survivors. And yet it limits the organizations that have put these shelters up. Because we have like 5 women rights organizations that have set up shelters for gender-based violence. But then you realize that even the restrictions that are there to start and also to operate, they are very, very stringent and draconian. So it becomes so hard for these people to provide the service to these, to the survivors. Yes.
So, Angela, you paint a very sad picture. Which could be factual, but I'm sort of anxious to know, aren't there things that we can say in this area the government did well? At least it intervened this way, but tried. This intervention also was considerate of, GBV, and perhaps it tried to cap down the prevalence of GBV. Aren't there, from the COVID response, aren't there things that we can, quote-unquote, celebrate as a country from the government's intervention?
The first thing I said, I commended, because the first thing is in regards to the laws. We have the laws, but then we failed on implementation. So it's a success and not a success.
No, I mean in the context of
COVID response.
Yes.
Still, when after the first lockdown, when they opened up and the hospitals are operating, that's a plus. It's a success. And then, but then you realize that even when the hospitals are open, transport fees, too much. Not everyone can afford the transport of taxis now. Yeah. Even border. Yeah. They have doubled the price, because the taxi that was taking 14 people is now taking like 7. Yeah. So if you are living in Tinda and you're going to Masaka, we are grateful that also I've realized that there are also areas where the Ministry of Gender, we commend them, especially Angela. Angela, who is also the PS of Ministry of Gender, was part of the opening of the shelters of Uganda Women's Network. Even AIGP Asan Kasinje. That shows that they have also played their role, not only as government people, but also as individuals, to ensure that these is worked on. So them being present and also encouraging people to come up and go to the shelter for their services means that government has tried and it has done something. But then we're not saying that it should stop. It should do better. We expect more from this government. Yes, we don't only expect peanuts. We expect something big. But then we also have a role to play. That's why you've said as feeder, we make sure that these women, children get access to justice. And then we don't only work alone. We work with the Domestic Violence Act Coalition, where you'll find the Uganda Women's Network, you'll find the Action Aids, who have shelters. And they're also playing their role. But then when they're playing their role and you shrink their space, then that becomes a problem. Yes.
So, Angela, you've highlighted the challenges that government has gotten itself in. But I'm then curious to know, what role do you think that ordinary people at the family level, because it's important also to highlight, the community should do, because we're still living under COVID measures anyway, to prevent GBV, especially in extraordinary times like now, at the community, family, individual level?
So first and foremost is main desensitization. As community leaders, the time they were getting those microphones or whatever they are called, to tell people that mask up, they would also have used that chance to tell people and inform them about this silent pandemic, which is gender-based violence. And then also open their doors and inform people that in case anything happens, we are open, you can come and report. Because the other thing that really affects people is in regards to the norms, where someone can't speak up, saying that you're a survivor of gender-based violence is seen like a taboo. How do you say that? You're putting the dirty laundry out there. But then if we sat down as the community leaders, and they did that, but then we start from family. So as I'm a mother of a 14-year-old son. I always sit him down and we have the conversations in regard to sex education. I tell him, if they touch you like this, if they do this to you, if they make these comments, this is what happens. Please report. So encourage people starting from home to speak up. To speak up when they get issues to do with gender-based violence. But also make sure that other forums, because if you can't access the police because it's far, then let the LC be nearby and let the LC have, because they gave them motorbikes, I remember. So they can drive those survivors to the police station. Yeah. So it will start from family, where we talk to our children, then it will go to the leaders, and then it will go to government, because government indeed can't do everything. And then also as civil society and women rights organizations working together, because that is one of the main reasons and also a way that we've tried to make sure that that happens. And then other ways to do with the toll-free lines. Many people, I also commend Uganda Police Force. They also got a toll-free line in regards for GBV. Yes, for GBV. Okay. Even other organizations, FIDA got, we have a toll-free line also in regards to GBV and other cases to do with women and children. Women's Pro Bono Initiative, the Remnant Generation, and other organizations. So really, there's a lot that has been done, but then there's more that needs to be done.
A lot that needs to be done. Then in terms of the legal framework, which is one of the core obligations of the state, you've highlighted that there were a number of still challenges with the law. Are there specific laws that you are pushing for their reform to protect GBV?
Yes. So the main law that we're pushing for is the Sexual Offences Bill. Sexual Offences Bill is the law that consolidates all laws concerning sexual offences. And it will work in regards to the punishing the offender and then ensuring that the survivor is catered for, not only in court, but also mentally. Okay. So when this law is passed, then it becomes very, very easy. And then the laws we had previously, as I told you, like the penal code, these are laws that were made during the colonial times. Yeah. They don't address issues to do with online sexual violence.
Contemporary.
It doesn't, yes. By then we had norms where a woman was property. They don't address issues of marital rape. They don't address issues of consent. So if this law that addresses all those things is passed, then we'll see something that happens. And then the other thing is in regards to the institutions. We realized that some institutions of higher learning were closed, but then others were operating. I'm happy to inform you that under FIDA Uganda, we worked with Makerere University, which is like the first university in Uganda or the public university, and we made sure that we had the policy which they had against sexual harassment was reviewed, because it was a policy that was enacted 12 years ago. And I'm privileged to inform you that as under FIDA, as sent to be one of the committee members that participates in reviewing it with Professors Livia Tamales and Gender Mainstreaming Directory. So right now, when we finished reviewing it, it was passed, so it will also help in regards to institutions of higher learning.
Okay, Angela, that's an important point. Perhaps we'll go for a break for now, and then we'll return and then try to project the future and see how we can prepare ourselves. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. Today we're discussing gender-based violence and its connection with COVID-19. Let's go for a short break. We'll be right back. COVID-19 and gender-based violence in the country. Angela, welcome back from the break.
Thank you.
So this is our final segment where we look at the future, because we recognize the fact that, yes, we're in pandemic times right now. It could come to an end at a certain point. It could stay for 5 or 10 years or whatever it is. Hopefully it doesn't. But then also we could find ourselves in with another problem of a similar magnitude. And as a country, it's important to sort of pick lessons from COVID-19. So I thought we could start by discussing recommendations, but I thought we could start by lessons first.
One of the lessons we've learned is in regards to family. Family being the main unit. You know, previously people were more into sending children to schools. And as parents, we were so redundant and we didn't play our role. So one of the lessons we learned is, let's have our children get the conversations in regards to sex education, so they're able to break the silence and report. Then in regards to government, one of the challenges was to do with allocating funds in regards to gender-based violence. Going forward, we learn a lesson that there's need to ensure that when we learn is that everyone is essential. One of the things we learned in Uganda, that without one structure, the other can't survive.
True.
Yes, so that's one of the other lessons, that we should know that everyone is essential in their own way, and everyone contributes to the other person's work. So we need everyone. And lastly, the other lesson we need to get is working together, collaborations. I like the collaboration, like I told you, our government now is coming on board to work with women rights organizations in combating gender-based violence. So we should continue with that, working together in ensuring that we end gender-based violence. But then ensuring also, the other lesson we learn is that there's need to have platforms that are safe spaces. And safe spaces to do with shelters, to do with going to police, good thing they have now a department to do with the women and the children. So having those spaces, not just there, but then training these people and ensuring that when people grant to them, they can provide the support that they need. Yeah, so those are some of the lessons we learned.
Okay, now we then need to think about where we're headed. Scenario, let's think that Angela is the next, Minister of Justice, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, sort of in a docket, in a position of responsibility that, has a higher say or a higher mandate on prevention of gender-based violence in the country. What would be those recommendations that you'd push for to ensure that if we find ourselves in a similar situation, the country is prepared? Because I think when this started, people used to think it's a problem of China. It's a problem of the rich world. It can't reach here in Africa. And remember at the start, they were saying that it doesn't even catch Africans. Black people are okay. And then until the thing came.
Try this person in a clear court, which is a court of judicature, then it doesn't also help the survivor, because the survivor will also suffer again. And then the other issue is in regards to ensuring that the laws we have are implemented. Because like you said, if as Minister of Justice, I would ensure the first thing was to ensure that there are measures that are clear and these laws are implemented. Because having good laws like the Constitution and all these other laws, and these laws are not even implemented, doesn't help anyone. Yes, and also maybe encouraging people out there to break the silence.
Yes.
To break the silence and know that this vice, if you don't break the silence, then you can't help other people that come out there and they're also survivors. But when you break the silence, like Angela comes here and tells you that she's a survivor of sexual harassment, then it is easier for the other person to also speak up. So encourage more people to speak up. Then we also need to ensure that even the institutions that help in combating gender-based violence, like the police, courts, local councils, we need to have more trainings. I commend women rights organizations, especially FIDA, the Remnant Generation, Uganda Women's Network, who have done a great job at training police officers, at training cultural leaders, religious leaders in regards to combating sexual and gender-based violence. But there's more that needs to be done, especially at government level, where now the women rights organizations have done this. So they should also complement and do something in regards to that. So those are some of the things that need to be done in regards to combating gender-based violence.
You highlighted training as an area of investment, but I'm sort of curious to know what other areas do you think need government deliberate attention on? Because I know if you talk about training, you're talking about resources. What are the other areas that actually resources should be dedicated to? So that we're able to deal with pandemics or any other situation like COVID-19 and prevent GBV.
The other areas in regards to resources is to do with our budgeting, especially the national budget. Realize that most of the times, even now when COVID came, since the onset of COVID, all the money is directed to COVID. So they need to allocate some money in regards to Ministry of Gender and towards fighting or combating gender-based violence. Because if most of the people who were engaging in Ministry of Gender, they were like, okay, we also want to support, but then we don't have a budget for this. And there's nothing much you can do about it. So as women rights organizations, if you're to work with them, you'll end up even funding them. You'll pay for most of their services to make sure that something works out. So there's also need to also ensure that they direct some funds in that docket. Yes.
As we come to the end, Angela, I want to sort of get your parting shot, but in the form of, want to make a case why we should invest in prevention of gender-based violence. What benefit shall we reap as a country when GBV is prevented as we come to the end of the show?
When GBV is prevented in Uganda and in the world, women, I was able to achieve that because I broke the silence. So if we invest in this, then more girls can be like Angela, and even better, then more girls and women, plus even men and boys who are survivors of sexual harassment, they can be able to achieve their full potential. They can be able to achieve gender equality, and then they can contribute to the development of the country as Uganda, but also Africa and beyond.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Angela, for taking your time to be with us here on House of Talent Television, discussing COVID-19 and the relationship with the gender-based violence. You've made very strong points for the need for the government to invest in areas that matter, training, skilling of actors on prevention of gender-based violence.
I have the pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to, the following: the setup
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. Hello, welcome to yet another episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition. My name is Jonathan Achom, your host. You and the Law is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on discussing the law and simplifying it for the ordinary person in this country. Be it a teacher, be it a boda, be it a doctor, anyone that you know that lives in this country needs to know the law. And here, our work is to simplify it, demystify concepts around the law, and make it a lifestyle for people in Uganda to know the law and live within its means. This edition of You and the Law is focusing on COVID-19 and its effects on human rights law. As you may know, COVID-19 came and disorganized our country, messed up our healthcare system, brought our economy down, but along the way, it also disorganized our rights. A lot of rights have been affected, as we've discussed in previous editions, and today, we focus on the right to property, specifically the right to land. As you know, land injustices have been a big problem in this country for decades, and the advent of COVID-19 has only worsened the situation, especially for poor and vulnerable people in our communities. To help us unpack this session today, I am joined by Rebecca Atayo, a legal officer at Land Uganda. Rebecca, you're welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. It's a pleasure to be here.
How have you been?
Been okay, been good.
And I know that when this virus, came in, we had to reconfigure so many things, workplace.
Restrictions in offices that we can access now and when we can access, or how our modes of work. So that would basically be what I would say has changed.
Okay, so you come from Land Uganda, which is perhaps one of the leading technical organizations on land matters in this country. I thought maybe you could start by telling us a little bit about the organization that you work for and the kind of work that you do at LandNet.
LandNet Uganda is a non-governmental / civil society organization that basically does work around land governance, land management, and access to, because inheritance is one of the forms in which land is transmitted. So it's spearheaded efforts around advocacy, did a lot of research, produced issues papers, produced a policy paper around it, and a series of issues that issue papers dealing with direct issues or clauses within that particular law. So it also sponsored that bill in Parliament together with WOPA. For it as a private member's bill.
WOPA is the
Uganda Women Parliamentary Association.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we also work together with the German embassy on the land acquisition bill.
Yes.
And
very controversial area.
Definitely, very, very controversial. And we brought key stakeholders together to try and brainstorm on what should be reflected within this law. What kind of law do we want to see, and what would work best for Ugandans? So those are the two main bills that we have worked on so far as LandNet Uganda. But we also look forward to the ongoing reforms that are allegedly on the way. We hope that we'll participate actively and be at the forefront of basically having a voice or having input into those processes.
That's interesting, because I think the current term of office, the president has been very deliberate about the need for land reforms, and I hope you'll get the opportunity to be part of those spaces. So coming back to COVID-19, like talked about, by sort of having an understanding of what actually, when you talk about land rights, what exactly are we talking about? Because I think sometimes it's easier to throw these words around, and we've not had the time to reflect
what
on
exactly
what
we are
actually
talking
this,
about. Yes. So land and property rights are usually, say, encompassed together, because one is we could say a subset of the other. Land is a form of property that's passed on. But generally, property ownership is structured on layers of social organization, and these are signified by various social phenomena, including cultural beliefs, legal institutions, social practices, and social relations. So these relations basically are what contribute to create land rights or influence what looks like
basically the context.
Yes,
that
the
we live
context
in.
Of land rights. So it will be different for societies, but also different for different jurisdictions, because they are influenced by different legal frameworks. So, but generally, the interests usually created are around interests or rights to use, rights to own, rights to control, dispose, alienate, lease, sale, and things like that. So those are some of the components of what constitutes land rights. Drawn on that, land will be for your benefit as the person with absolute property rights, so absolute ownership. Yes.
Okay, and those things sort of you're explaining, I believe should have some legal backing. So I'm wondering, so when you talk about land rights, exactly, is there a law that specifies what those rights are that you're explaining about using or owning, controlling?
Okay, so land as a human right has not yet been explicitly codified within international instruments as a human right or recognized as a
just exists in
yes,
the air.
Human right. So you won't find say a soft law instrument that specifically speaks to the right to land or the human right of
Isn't
land.
that sad?
Well, it is, because there are very many valid arguments for why land as a human right should be long-standing and not encompassed or seen as a transient right to obtain or enjoy other rights. So it's linked closely to the right to food, the right to housing, the right to an adequate standard of living, the right to cultural and social, to enjoy cultural and social beliefs. So within those particular frameworks, they recognize that it's important to have land as a component, or to recognize its centrality in being able to enjoy those particular rights.
Okay, let's go after many years of working hard on it, realize that you have no rights at all simply because you didn't celebrate any of the marriages that are recognized within the laws of Uganda. With that, we come to the end of this edition of You and the Law. It's a bye from us. See you next time. Welcome back. You're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition, here on House of Talent Television, proudly brought by Legal Hub Uganda in partnership with I4C Africa Hub. And today we're discussing the impacts of COVID-19 on human rights here in Uganda, and specifically on the right to land and the right to property. So, Rebecca, before the break, we were talking about how understanding the law, the legal framework around property rights, and you were sort of giving us the international angle. Could we sort of try to move deep down now into our country, sort of as part of our background, that what law sort of provides for the right to property and specifically the right to land, and then have a discussion on how the rights the duty that the state has in this effect, especially in the angle of COVID-19 now, raising a number of challenges that are affecting people's right to property and specifically the right to land.
Okay, so particularly for our national context, we'll start with Article 237 of the Constitution that recognizes that land is owned by the citizens of Uganda according to the 4 tenure systems. That's Milo, freehold, leasehold, and customary land tenure. So that already tells you that land here is owned by the citizens.
By us.
Yes, by us, and
by
not
the
necessarily
viewers.
by the state. And then it also comes down and breaks it down further and says in Article 26 that every person shall have the right to own property, either as an individual or jointly with others. So those are the 2 main clauses of the constitutions that we refer to when we talk about land rights. Yes.
Okay. And then is there any other law in the country?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a number of laws that relate to land. We have the Land Act of 1998.
Wow, okay.
We have the Mortgage Act. We have the Registration of Titles Act. We have the Land Acquisition Act. We have, I think it's the Access to Roads Act.
Oh,
the
yeah.
National
There's
Roads
so
Act.
many.
Yes.
Yes.
We have laws relating to valuation, the Survey Act. So there are a number of laws that really govern land management and governance.
Okay. So then looking at land as a human right, under the law, the state has given specific obligations on how to protect obligation in terms of ensuring that people's rights to land and other property is protected. So I'm wondering, what does that practically mean from the angle of land? And then we'll try to see how that has worked in these COVID times. Yeah.
So the state as a duty bearer has a number of obligations it has to perform in order to protect, promote and fulfill the right to land, even though we already mentioned that the right to land is not a long-standing right, but we derive it from other rights. One, the state has an obligation to ensure that the right to land is enjoyed by all without discrimination. So that means they have to remove and prohibit all forms of discrimination when it comes to access, when it comes to use, control and management of land.
So you can't say persons with disabilities or women can't own land.
Yes.
It's everyone.
Yes. Everyone should be given the opportunity. And where, as a result of, say, culture or traditions, there are certain discriminatory practices that are in place, then the state has to take further action through affirmative action to make sure that special attention is given to those particular groups to eliminate that discrimination. Then the state also has to refrain from measures that would cause the enjoyment of the right to land and natural resources to regress. So obligations against regression. So for example, if you remember the debate that we had around the land acquisition bill, putting clauses that as if limit unjustly the right to property because compensation was not happening prior to taking over possession.
So basically the state was running away from...
So that the state was regressing by if it indeed went ahead, if it had gone ahead and passed it as a law, that would be a retrogressive step.
So then with those sort of clear roles, COVID-19 then comes and sort of disorganized
as they had been before. So the effect was that transactions were a bit paused. It was not easy for transactions to be ongoing because a number of officers were not in office at that time. But it also delayed for, let's say, in terms of accessing these offices by the vulnerable, it was so much harder to get there because of access in terms of movement. So that was also detrimental. In terms of tenure security, we would say, especially for vulnerable groups such as women, what happened is that a number of women, this may seem far-fetched, but a number of women lost of production for agriculture. So during this period, farmers were not able to access inputs for land, but also if you have managed to finally have harvest, you're not able to access markets, or the demand for the product the supply was too much and the demand had gone down. So
I think I saw farmers selling matoke at
500 shillings.
1,000 shillings a bunch, a cluster, whatever.
So those are some of the effects of COVID-19 on the sector.
And perhaps before we go for a break, we need to have sort of a conversation on some of the measures. I know you hinted on them that the government of Uganda put in place to try to address some of the effects that COVID-19 has had on the land sector. But maybe we'll pick on that after a short break. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition, and today we're discussing the impacts of COVID-19 on land rights in Uganda. We're joined by Rebecca Tayo, the legal officer at Landnet Uganda, one of the leading organizations working on land issues in this country. Let's go for a short break. We'll be right back. Then you spread the love. Yeah, so Emma, how have you been?
Well, I've been great.
Yeah, we're coming in from 42 days of a lockdown. How has it been on your end?
It's been quite difficult. You know, you wake up in the morning. We basically live the law, you know, on a day-to-day basis, you know. Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. You know, all the things are the law. You know, when you jump on a border, there is law. When you're driving, we're talking about traffic. You know, if you go to a restaurant, you must ensure that you have the money because you're consuming someone's energy.
The government of Uganda put in place to try to protect land rights amidst, you know, an unforgiving pandemic that COVID-19 has been. And so I thought maybe we could pick on the conversation from there. What are some of the things that government of Uganda, either through the Ministry of Lands and other organizations, you know, do to try to protect people amidst, you know, such a trying time?
Thank you, Jonathan. I think I know of only about 2 or 3 measures by the ministry. They could be
issued by the government of Uganda.
Maybe I'll start by referring back to what you said, that the focus was mainly on evictions and evictions that are issued by court. All legal evictions must be issued through a court order. But I think at the time the government was looking at which is the biggest threat right now, which is possibly rendering some people landless and having nowhere to go during desperate times. So it was trying to avoid that, and it seemed like the biggest threat at that point. So I imagine that is why the ministry decided to focus, the ministry and judiciary, on land evictions during that time.
Well, it's a big problem in the country anyway.
Yes, it is. It's definitely a big problem. And then also the spirit or the attitude of impunity, that despite there being practice directives, despite there being practice directions, and directives by the ministry, evictions continued to happen. Each and every other day on the media, we saw an eviction story happening. So I think, of course, these measures did not necessarily work. Because it continued to happen despite,
It's interesting because I think, well-intended as the measures could be, but I think we have lived long enough in this country to also know that maybe there are a bit of some exceptions that happen in the course of enforcing some of these measures. But then, this is 2021. We don't know what could happen in 2023, 2025. The dynamics of this virus are not yet very, clear to everyone. We don't know how long it's going to take. But we're wondering if we find ourselves in a situation like this, perhaps in another 5 or 10 years, what could be sort of your ideas around measures for protecting land rights in difficult times like the ones that we find ourselves in at the moment? Because part of the essence of this show is really to generate policy proposals, recommendations that can be picked on in future if we find ourselves in a situation that may not be a pandemic, it could be something else, but something of this magnitude that disorganizes our normal lives.
I'd say it's important for, say, the state as a duty bearer to recognize, first of all, view land as a human right. So put first, before anything, instead of viewing land as a possible commodity and financial asset, and viewing it mainly through the lens of investment and production and an aid to economic development, view land as a human right.
As an entitlement.
Yes, and basically what you're doing by doing that, what you're trying to achieve by doing that is to put, before anything else, people's needs on land, people's aspirations when it comes to land, putting first people's livelihoods, because then you recognize the centrality in land, in having a dignified and self-sustaining and self-determined to land. And this basically means that the state has an obligation, or would ordinarily have an obligation, to ensure that citizens have better control, tenure security of their land, and it's not susceptible to threat. So even for landless communities, it's important that the government provides land because of what it signifies. That means they'll have food security. That means they'll have access to some form of livelihood. So I think government has done that, especially for refugee communities where it has provided land.
There's a complaint that we seem to pay a lot of attention to
refugees as opposed to Ugandans.
You know.
Anyway, but yeah, so they have the obligation to fulfill from particular agents of the state or arms of or particular individuals, and play its role to protect generally its citizens when it comes to their right to land. Then it also has, I think we talked about protection, we've talked about fulfillment, we talked about restraining from retrogression, also promote this right or promote the right to land. So promotion is basically ensuring that this right is enjoyed. Citizens are able to enjoy their land, facilitating transactions in a seamless and easeless manner, ensuring that there is security.
And the circle sort of continue. Yeah. But then I could then ask that, in terms of the challenges that are encountered, you know, either by the state in trying to protect people in this period, but also, you know, individuals, what could be your sort of your highlight of sort of the key challenges that have been affecting people's ability to protect their land rights, more so in difficult times like what we're having today because of COVID-19?
I think the biggest challenge that individuals have is the threat to their security of tenure. And this is not just secure on your land and your rights are indivisible against a third party, and human resource, but also financially in ensuring that they're able to deliver on their mandate when it comes to protection of human rights. Secondly, there's also just a culture of impunity. Even when the ministry goes ahead to issue some form of directive to protect citizens, it's not respected by many. They still want an abuse of these family structures that could also be exploited to deal with land rights violations within these particular areas. I think the biggest issue would be trying to capacitate particular structures to perform their roles and carry out their duties.
Some people say that some of them have never even seen the constitution.
Yes, and, so and it's not a lie, because a majority of them may not even know how to convene the court, how to issue judgment, summon witnesses, things like those. So you find that even for the elite, they would not turn to these structures because they don't have confidence in the kinds of judgments that would be issued. They don't believe in due process, probably, or in many instances, people feel like because they are from within the community, they could be easily compromised.
Because they are relatives, friends.
So issues like that. But I think that particular structure, the LC2, which is I think the first court of instance for land matters, could be exploited to deliver justice.
Okay. I mean, interesting angles, and I think viewers, as we come to the tail end of this conversation, it's important for us to understand what mechanisms are in place for us to resolve land conflict under normal times, but also more importantly during periods like this, when the normal functioning of the judicial system is heavily compromised because of the need to protect people from, you know, contracting or spreading the coronavirus or any other pandemic that might hit us soon. As we come to the end, Rebecca, what could be your parting shot, really, and what message would you leave out to Ugandans out there who are watching this program, who have been affected by COVID-19, especially from the angle of their property right? What options would you give them now that maybe things are normalizing or might be normalizing soon?
For Ugandans who have been affected during this period, first of all, I would implore them not to lose hope. There's still avenues through which you can access justice. The courts are now fully operational, I think, and they have also adopted technological changes. So you can approach the courts for whatever needs or justice needs that you may have, but also utilize the local council system, utilize traditional systems if you're within the tenure system or the customary
Thank you so much, Rebecca. With that, viewers, we've come to the end of today's episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition. We've been privileged to host Ms. Rebecca Tayo, the legal officer at Lanet Uganda. Until next week, when we discuss another topical area of interest from the human rights angle. It's a bye from now from us here at House of Talent Studio. See you. COVID-19 came and disorganized our economy, brought our health system to its knees, and along the way, affected our rights significantly. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ocho, your host.
I have the pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
populesa balwala sukali na munyo nze bunzali kano kekatte mbese kekatte ebiyenje kana akayimba katta n'ebiku ebyabatesi ndi musezi ntambula giro nebakamisana gyenzanyumya ebitanyuma ajimba bye banalaba mvumbula binajja mvunza musikati mbatambuza ensi yonna nga nfuse eclipse mbimbale mu malewa nti Kampala mu bafere jinja lya mukira nze tololo mu seminti sinyomwa neddira sanyu akabbiro byoya bwompa akati misinde nzasembayo okutuuka ntuse n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumya wakawowo bagamba Kampala nze kali na potential ntuse n'akayimba k'essanyu kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumya wakawowo bagamba Kampala nze kali na potential commercialization ibisange ku station nazalibwa kuba nze byemmanyi ku education nacho born killer kali special storyteller n'engero nnyumya wakawowo bagamba Kampala nze kali na potential yes nze mbongera buwowo anti commercialization omulondo n'engero kakubidde wano kakubidde waffe kakubidde eno Saint Nelly said chikola sense nyo nera neno Nelly
So I'm a rebel with the trouble. They all tremble when I babble. Make them wobble, make them rumble. Give them trouble cause they gamble. But I'm a gamble, sakata fimbo, sakata flow. Now we go, tumble in the jumble. Then we go, wombo lombo. Wibble, wabble. Mpola, sebo. Mini stacky mambo jumbo. I bounce like a dribble. I ball like Mutombo. Going global like the mobile. Now police are black label. Mimi ni on a rebel. Where I'm from is called Kampala, is Kawempe. Up to Calcutta to the whole world. Yes, sir. We'll be taking over the whole globe real soon. Where you from?
Oh, from Kingston to the Congo, Black Spear, we do it like the jungle, you know? From Crown Ice where them bought mango. We tell you right now, we're tougher and tougher. We get stronger. Move through these streets. You used to make fun of me when I was a little child, you see? Yeah. You know, you always have to have belief, you know? Because them man will murder and some of them man will thief. You know? Smoke ganja.
Nakulya kamevu kigira mu kususa owakazeke alaba olwobye yesusiza mugende kompola omuwa pulani zojja kwejjusa
kwebera poa obabuuza kola bibyo just poa kwebera poa obabuuza kola bibyo just poa
nekolera jange nekolera byange nekolera zange tonsumbuwa ndi byange ogamba nvuubika ate nga byendya byange ebiyo biganye ojerega byange mbanga santama nga talina byakwambala bavuluga byetukola kubanga byabasukkako babyagala
yali asibye ebiswayiri nga line ziri straight yali abasiga graffiti ku ngalo kwaliko paint lwe nasooka okulaba hip hop gwali mwaka gwa 78 nali siraba nga muwala nga jjuza figure 8 ebbina lye lyali ddene eyo ye yali bait nasooka naŋŋamba nti no 2 times 8 yali ayagala mukubiremu 16 bars eziri tight naye mwana ebiseera ebyo nange nali nkyali fala rhyme gye nasooka okukuba n'agiziimuula nali nkyayavula ibro n'amutwala questo ye n'alyoka amufuula omukyala namusanga akisinga Sylvester ne Abrams ku DV8 babaluku navyo n'abataka balinga babaabe namwegomba z'okulaba lyrical G ku no end Lumix ye yamuleetanga entinda ku weekend yala like milk be balinga ba girlfriend be nze ne mulekwa back in the day had no money to spend. Namuwereza kasoda nanga chimanye nti jendi. Ani yali amanyi tulibera together in the end, never president. Yangamba mbulire stories about ghetto residents. Luga flow is my culture, so I must represent. Yangambe gulu lyampe ekitole ky'okubeera intelligent. Nyinyonnyola abaana concepts babeere confident. Global yampa amaanyi g'okubeera eloquent. Tuwa tuzikubye locally ne internationally. Financially yeyanyimusa nanzija ku cement. Spiritual, I'm trying to be the best man I can be. Lyrically the pen is mightier than the sword I can see. And I promise to love you forever. Signed yours sincerely. Dear hip hop nze nkumisinga. Mu bakazi be nakabeera nabo ye gwasinga. Chechi kunyiga chechi kabya amaziga. Nze nkoyo okulaba nga bakumi streetinga. Oli mulungi smile eringa poetry. Kakwate mu kiwato ng'akwata ekitontome. Yamaziga nze nkoyo okulaba nga baku abusinga. Oli mulungi smile eringa poetry. Kakwate mu kiwato ng'akwata ekitontome. Tutambule ffembi abateesi katubalumye. Tula wano ku kisambi nkunyumize story.
I put on in my off time that I'm respected. With or with no rhymes, and I'm connected. Even when offline, moving these bars forward, no Harrison. When every Star Wars comparison, every newcomer to sing, I ain't better than only when I respect the American. It's a story of how an ex-heritage was ill afforded a godly inheritance. The one like a professor emeritus. We know we never deserve it. They married us, so while they feed off a sprinkler, they catch and they lean in the seat of their lamb. But mercy, we in the seat and on all they behalf as we kneel and we pleaded the lamb for mercy. I used to lit it when they get into the ring, but these days I got overthrows. Cause everyone that I know wanna be king, but nobody wanna be overthrown. You should know that I came up battling. I'm used to punches getting overthrown like javelins. I go over domes. A slack is something I don't condone. My cats were trying to be Hova clones. I go bully before Jehovah's throne. That's why all these skills that I'm known to hone got lyrics with spiritual overtones. I act like competitors chrome for chrome. Hip hop is my house and I'm home alone. That's it. I'm only here to make sense of visions and messenger echoes across the globe. So hands in the air if you got the God DNA. God DNA. Hands in the air if you got the God DNA. God DNA. Hands in the air if you got the God DNA. You ready? God DNA. Yeah. God DNA. Hands in the air if you got that God DNA. Hands in the air if you got that God DNA. Hands in the air if you got that God DNA. God DNA. God DNA. Hey, you want another rap? You ain't heard you enough of that. And I ain't even sweating none of that. Cause all that matters is Jesus is coming back. Will he find you faithful or distasteful? Will he need to be graceful? Cause you never got your breakthrough. Never humbled yourself enough to let him break you. What let it take you? SB bringing these little ways so they can shake you. What's the matter who we bring the bass to? If the faith isn't what we give a bass to. If a trumpet's blaring and you wanna hear it, but it got me in it, it's not apparent that it's nothing but gimmicks, it's all apparent. And when we must account, we'll be so embarrassed. Man, that DNA can't be fake, bruh. It's why we love when they hate, bruh. It's nothing not authentic or made up. When it come to my genetic makeup, take the blood type, better be A&O. Cause when it come to Christ, that's the way it goes. From KLA to Mako, we turn up all the way. I'm all my people. Put your hands in the air if you got the God DNA. God DNA. Hands in the air if you got the God DNA. God DNA. Hands in the air if you got the God DNA. God DNA. God DNA. Hands in the air if you got the God DNA. Hands in the air if you got the God DNA. Hands in the air if you got the God DNA. God DNA. God DNA. Hands in the air if you got the God DNA. Hands in the air if you got that God DNA. Hands in the air if you got that God DNA. God DNA. God DNA.
But I've been ready for the change. My heart is aching, I'm anxiously waiting. Time don't fail me while I'm anticipating. What am I saying? I'm not mistaken. Gotta pull myself up before I start fading.
Still my whole life, check what I heard, what happened then. That dreadful night when you heard that accident. Doc said it wasn't no thing, you'd make it. It still broke my heart to see you stretched out on a hospital bed. Had to explain the pain that you felt as you lay there. Tears flowing down my eyes, watching you smile. Many years later, can't get over my loss, cause I still can't believe that you're gone. Nah.
When you're pain, when you're caught up in the rain, life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Never knew pain, when you're caught up in the rain, life hanging by a thread, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Been a couple things going through my head. Time's getting hard, somehow I gotta maintain. There'll be a lot of pain if I get caught up in the rain. Will I be the same? Will I be ready for the change? My heart is aching, I'm anxiously waiting. Time don't fail me while I'm anticipating. What am I saying? I'm not mistaken. Gotta pull myself up before I start fading.
Listen, All alone in this cold, cold world, I'm on my own in the zone where there's nowhere to turn. What can I do? Should I lose it? Hard when I'm missing you. It's heavy on my mind, yo, this feeling so pitiful. True, it hurts bad when the love when it's gone. When it pours, you can't do much but weather the storm. Miss you a lot, never stop singing this song till the day when I see you again. So long.
When you caught up in the rain, life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Never knew pain when you caught up in the rain, life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on.
Yeah, the song is dedicated to the memory of my late mother Barbara. R.I.P. Mom. And to all the loved ones I lost in my life, both my grandmothers, my grandfathers, Andy Florence, rest in peace. My homie Morose, so hard to sing this song, never forget you. But I love and miss you so long.
Never knew pain when you caught up in the rain, life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Never knew pain when you caught up in the rain, life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Never knew pain when you caught up in the rain, life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Never knew pain when you caught up in the rain, life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone, when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on.
Cause in effect Banji bandaba na ye tebantegera Banji bantegera na ye tebandaba Banji bandaba na ye tebantegera Banji bantegera na ye tebandaba Banji bandaba na ye tebantegera Banji bantegera na ye tebandaba Banji bandaba na ye tebantegera Banji bantegera na ye tebandaba Banji bandaba na ye tebantegera Banji bantegera na ye tebandaba abafere bantya bwe bandaba bo tebadda mu kucacanja bakirako bingubiridde mu kyenkya anti ndi mu bufu obukodyo nina nkuyanja bategera waggulu nempita wansi ne banteega ku kkono nempita ku ddyo mbaleka basembye kya bulijjo obukodyo bwe gaba mazzi ewange yeewali ensulo ewange gyensulo olumu onoonya n'ombula olumu nsula nkola olumu nsiba ntabaalira ekumpi n'ewala sinti mbeewala mirimu gyenkola gyanfula nantalabika ninga mazzi ga nsuwa bangi bandaba naye tebantegeera bangi bantegeera naye tebandaba bangi bandaba naye tebantegeera bangi bantegeera naye tebandaba bangi bandaba naye tebantegeera bangi bantegeera naye tebandaba bangi bandaba naye tebantegeera
munyongere oba owamala awamala volume nyongere muko oba owamala nedda yongera mu volume nyongere oba owamala awamala volume nyongere muko oba owamala nedda yongera mu tula kalira ulize mbozi bulamu towalira byenkubulira passport nga chali wange walakira ebyo byolepuka bijja kulakira kotandisa agabozi kwaba basebekira okoze ekene nnyo enzijjo kuzibikira ojja kunakuwala kubalaba kumatikira baba nakuluyira Sylvester ku ngoma rhymes nga
people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's book face. Why are you on book face? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand. Yes. Remember Prince? Yes. Prince.
Everybody needs equal opportunity. Because in the next 5 years, I don't want people to be calling me up saying, please, can you find me a job? I want people to be calling me up and saying, would you like to come and work with me? That is what I'd like to see. In the next 50 years, I don't want to see my child suffering. I want to see him prosperous. I want to see him with a good wife, with children, with a family of his own, living the dream. That's what I would like to see in Uganda. That's my honest opinion. And I'm Mark Kaheru, I'm Ugandan. What do you say?
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call me, I keep saying I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand. Yes. Remember Prince? Yes. Prince.
If you're one of those people who say they get into my nuts, they run me crazy, you don't know. Do not actually know what you're missing. You don't know how important is or are elders in our life. Sharing the heart of the elders at 54 years of age is the one and only Jaffa Raymond Amin, the son of the former President Idi Amin Dada. And just before we bring Jaffa on the show, I would like to tell you that the Elders Wisdom Circle on this day is very special. And the topic is, I am because we are. The cultural wholesomeness of sharing and caring for each other is very important going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, before I talk about the Ubuntu, I would like to bring the one and only, the son of the former President Idi Amin Dada, the third born son, the man with the wisdom of Amin, the man with the secret box of the former President Idi Amin Dada. Jaffa, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
It's a pleasure.
And today, contrary, you're dressed like Baba.
This is Senator. Senator. But I tend to like the ones from Ghana.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a good shop.
Okay.
At Victoria Mall.
Yes.
And another one at Mabirizi. They always take care of me. Senator.
Yes. And we would like to say welcome to the Elders Wisdom Circle.
Thank you.
And we want to start with, first of all, I know we talked about it, the celebration around the former president of Tanzania and the things that he has said. Today on the show, we are seeing people celebrating when he says, get out of your comfort zone and go and work.
Wonderful.
And people are like, this is coming from the president. There are a lot of mixed reactions about the man, but actually he was a man of character, a man.
He was, because ordinarily in society, they are the purveyors of responsibility.
Absolutely true. Jaffa, today on the show, and everyone joining us from all across the world, we're live on Twitter, we're live on Facebook, we're live on our YouTube channel, and we would like to say thank you very much for being a part of the Elders Wisdom Circle, growing bigger and better every single day, touching lives all around us, and bringing the healing of our elders to our generation all across the world. And to all our African brothers, the stories of elders in Kampala, in Uganda, in East Africa is the same in Ghana, is the same in West Africa, is the same in Central Republic, is the same in South Africa, is the same in North Africa. We must continue to be connected with the elders. I want to say this, Jaffa, that in the world today, Africa continues to remain the place with the preservative, true, authentic, preservative nature of nuclear family.
Thank you very much.
And Africa is still holding that mantle.
The wholesomeness.
Yes. Of the nuclear family is
Yes.
still holding in Africa. What does that make you feel like?
Very proud, very affectionate about it, and I refuse to make the mistake the missionaries tried to instill in us, whether Arab or European, of learning to hate thyself. That's why I gave that beginning.
Yes. Yes, and I want to go through that. I am because we are the cultural awesomeness of sharing information and sharing ideas.
Once you accept who you are,
it
is very hard for somebody to come and actually try to unhinge you from having that culture of sharing. You can have that drive to succeed, but it should never become the selfishness that we call the religiousness of narcissism.
And told them, the first child to reach the tree will get the basket.
In the spirit of competition.
Yes.
We always think competition is good, but listen.
Including when he gave them the start signal. He was surprised that they were walking together holding hands until they reached the tree and shared the fruit.
The unexpected. When they look at savages, the first series we did with you, I kept telling you about this business of going to the village boastfully with your 50,000 worth of salt. I call it poisonous salt, poisonous sugar, poisonous processed oil, and feeling great at providing. Lo and behold, when you're returning at the weekends, at the week's end, they give you produce worth 500,000. When you get home and you're really offloading the produce, that Ubuntu, the sense of sharing, the appreciation for that salt, for that.
The abundance of it here
Yes.
is given to us by the Most High. That the
Thank
soil
you.
represents.
Do you know how we run away from rain?
Yes.
Some people told me, no, just stand in it and take it, soak it up.
Yes.
It's free. The Almighty gives us that freely. learn that is the sense of sharing.
Yes. That God can say, abundance I have, and so receive.
And people never talk about this, but I'm bringing a concept to this, and that's the reason I gave you that funny name at the end. African capitalism, where we share why narcissism of yanje. I was making people in the taxi laugh. I said the head of state wakes up and goes yanje, a fear of loss.
Yes.
Chimurumira, yange. You wake up a fear of loss.
Yes.
Even the fear of losing your beloved wife to another is a constant. Ubuntu teaches us to relax.
Wow.
Because we have it in abundance.
Yes.
Today we're very spiritual.
Yes, and a deep conversation. I want you to hold it right there. We're going for a break, and when we come back, Jaffa and I are going to be taking you through for the next 35 minutes of the show. We're going to be talking about the spirit of I am because we are, and the culture of wholesome sharing of the stuff. Like when you go to the village and Jaffa say you give 5 kilos of sugar and you come back with a truck and a trunk full of fresh fruits.
Worth 500,000.
What's the equation right there? We'll be right back after
Ubuntu.
Yes.
The equation is Ubuntu. Sharing.
That's what the circle. Will be right back after the break.
Bigger picture, can look at Uganda as a country, can look at their neighbors, their friends, and see that everybody needs equal opportunity. Because in the next 5 years, I don't want people to be calling me up saying, please, can you find me a job? I want people to be calling me up and saying, would you like to come and work with me? That is what I'd like to see. In the next 50 years, I don't want to see my child suffering. I want to see him prosperous. I want to see him with a good wife, with children, with a family of his own, living the dream. That's what I would like to see in Uganda. That's my honest opinion. And I'm Mark Kaheru, I'm Ugandan. What do you say?
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering.
Welcome back from the break. This is the Elders Wisdom Circle. In the studio is myself, Eddie Okila, and Jaffa Remo Amin, the third born son of Idi Amin Dada. We believe that this man has the wisdom of Amin. We also believe that Amin deposited some of his secrets, deep-seated secrets, on his third born son. Just like Jacob did it to Joseph at some point, and Joseph was the heir to the throne. Could this be the case in Amin's house? Jaffa, welcome back to the show.
Thank you for that one.
So we will have to keep trying to break down the mystery behind Amin and you and the family of Amin with our 60 children. We don't know which one, but we seem to be guessing that you could be the mystery child.
Can I give something to that point?
Yes.
I got pretty angry about our properties not coming back to us.
Yes.
And I was really becoming forceful and wanting to live the high life back in Kololo, you know?
Yes.
But he told me, "De Malta Dunya, these are worldly things." He would say, "These are worldly things." Do you know how that shames you back into your shell? You're going full throttle to become very demanding. You know, I call it the Biafre syndrome.
Yes.
Demanding. But he was reminding me, these are worldly things.
Wow.
He's the type of person who, when the people had decided that the Cadillac, the expensive cars, they were all parked at Nakasongola. They were loading them onto a Hercules to take them to Libya. He finds out, he said, no. Take those cars out of there. Where are you taking them? Now, others would have loaded them up like the Gambian president. He loaded his cars to exile. He needed his Hummer. He needed his Rolls Royce. He needed things. So sometimes my selflessness becomes a hindrance because I learned from the best who learned to let go.
Yes. That said, Jaffa, and we want to discuss the issue of I am because we are. Can you just break this statement to us? Ubuntu keeps saying I am because we are. Can you just break that up right now for us?
Without that 1%, we wouldn't be. My parents are me. I am my parents. The day I get my degree is the day I had 2 weeks of transformation. the day you forget who you are.
Man of God.
I'm like, what happened to Gordy? God!
Yes.
Is he another person?
Yes.
No, we're talking about God. I'm like, you just went 2 weeks. Yeah, but you speak like British. For me, I'm American. God! I'm just trying to say that this statement is so important in identity.
Please put that stop. Let's put that up there so that you guys can see it. It's
I am because we are. The cultural wholesomeness of sharing comes in you knowing who you are. Those children chasing the chicken just before you set off for Kampala, they bring it with all the, like Chicken George or Rambo. No, who's it? Sylvester Stallone as the boxer. Rocky chasing the chicken to get it for you so that Eddie gets it back to Kampala. That infinite sense of sharing comes from actually love and acceptance of who you are. Me, that's the reasoning behind that statement.
Wow. Well, you had it. The story of I am because we are is quite a very important situation right there for us to be able to look into. Jaffa's just broken it up for us. Sometimes we don't understand the elders that you are now a university graduate, but your father sold goats, chicken, cows, rats, everything else to raise the money to take you to school. You are who you are today because of them. How much respect do we give to the elders? How much respect are you giving back to your father? That is the statement we have on the screen right there. Think about it. Think about the statement and say, before I abuse my father, my mother, that they don't wear good clothes or they don't dress well.
Or they don't understand.
They don't understand. They should know that they sold goats and cows.
They cared enough for you.
Yes, they dug so much so that their son and their daughter can have something.
Me, that's the true meaning of sacrifice.
Wow.
And a mother's selfless love is the #1 form of that. They give everything.
Jaffa, we want to hasten to the next one. The cultural wholesomeness of sharing.
I use my word. I know everybody thinks about it.
Yes.
African capitalism. I'm tired of listening to capital socialism because they use it as a dirty word in the West.
Yes.
Yes. What we got from the Magufulis at the tail end of Nyerere's revolution was African socialism. But if China can transcend that and become a command capitalist, ours should be African capitalism, where we can share while earning from it.
I wanted to, while you share that about the Africa, and then I want to bring this together. Most African countries today have closed their borders to their own fellow Africans. You need a visa to enter South Africa. But we're from moving from the eastern part of Africa to southern part of Africa, you need a visa. Just to enter Rwanda here, we will need Kenya here. We need
a security vetting, Interpol,
yes, and everything, and a visa to enter. And I'm saying, where do we draw the line of this Ubuntu spirit that you're talking about? Have our elders stopped speaking to us to tell us, look, young men and young women?
I feel that the leaders started clashing heads. It happened at a moment when, ironically, we had already given each and every person to get, how do you call it, kitambulisho, I don't know how Uganda call it, but the ID card.
Yes.
The ID card is so not analog. It is so digital that you can just pass through every location in East Africa normally. But then we introduced the East African passport, and I realized that, but that is just a duplication of the ID card that has the same biodata, you know? And we should be able to just use our ID card to cross over. It's only at SADC level, and Lumumba, Professor Lumumba was really discussing that. Tell that to a German, they said, no, they're one. And the cultures are one. Language. The language barrier is actually the greatest hindrance.
Yes, but I want to put this to you, Jaffa, as my third question just before we take a break. The Western world have their language. The English, which is predominantly spoken in Europe, and the Dutch, they have their language. They have never lost their identity to their language, which means their culture still remains the same. Yeah. Where have we gone wrong in Africa that when we start to speak, we forget my own language for some one reason or the other, but that doesn't mean it takes away my identity,
and culture,
my sense of culture, my sense of belonging, and take it away, because I still feel I am who I am today because I'm African.
We are.
Yes, because we are.
The reasoning was, unfortunately, whether it is my Arab brothers or my European brothers, we tagged languages within the parameters of satanic. They started preaching that your language is satanic, your culture is satanic. So stay away from it. The Musomi, the one who reads, who learns Latin fastest, who learns Arabic fastest, is more wholesome. It was a way of breaking us away from who we are. With slavery, remember the Toby? The man was Kunta Kinte, but was being whipped into submission to accept a slaver's name. I find my good friends in the West, I'm talking about Western Ugandan, they like using Western son names. You hear somebody called Johnson Biaruhanga. I'm like, you have double son name. He said, no, that's my Christian name. I'm like, no, that Johnson is a son name, and then Biaruhanga is a son name. Where's your Christian name? He looks perplexed. Another one comes from the corner, I am Jackson Mwanga. Yeah. I'm like, oh my God, that is a Scandinavian name, son name, and here you're a Mwanga. What's going on? Where? I'm saying they pulled us, ironically, away from who we are. If somebody can get to that point of having a double son name.
Yes, I think, well, I have the same, but I don't know whether I have the same name, but I have Okila. And I have Eddie, so...
but Edward is a Christian.
Yes. So I want to go to my friend Onyaito Deke and Diwato Chom.
Oh, you Uganda! That one is a gere. Those ones came. Those ones are Banyoro.
He said no.
Royals are Banyoro. Royals are Banyoro.
But his father is
Royals.
His father is an Indian, and his mother is a Muganda girl. But he got married at the wrong time, and so your dad asked those who want to stay here to stay, and those who don't want to stay to leave. And so his father's family chose to leave. So Sempa said he grew up without the father. He was sharing his story here. So he said he wants to change his name, but I just want to bring this to the context of these guys changing their names. What do you have to say? Because you're saying we have double names.
I have double names.
Yes.
The whole notion of questioning my identity as a Ugandan comes from seeing Idi Amin. Those are two Arab names.
Yes.
Jafar Amin. Those are two Arab names.
Yes.
Everyone in Bombo has Muhammad Hussein.
Yes.
Until you quantify yourself as Remo.
Yes.
Dada. Alemi. Yes. My name is Remo. My father's name is Alemi. My grandfather's name is Dada.
Yes.
Ah.
So I'm in a good place as Okila.
You're in perfection. Now, the Northerners have that important point. So-called Muslims from West Nile will always have that third name sitting in the middle, the balance.
Yes.
The Remo, Jafar, Remo, Amin.
Yes.
So my identity is sitting smack bang in the middle.
Wow.
Yeah.
So how do you get your identity now to put it back from where now?
My point is, I don't want to hear people saying, don't use that that savage name, or don't use that that abominable name. Some people would, somebody saying, oh, my name is Jafar Ondoroma. What's your other name? Amin Ondoroma. No! Out! No, there's some people. My grandfather
has arrived.
My grandfather, Rajab.
Yes.
We don't say uncle or great uncle. No. One father was called Rajab, the other one was called Amin.
Yes.
Every time my grandfather would wash ablution and get ready to go to the mosque on Friday like we did today, villagers will come and say, Yango! That's his name. Yango! He said, don't call me that savage, abominable name. He'd go back and take ablution. He would end up doing it 5 times. But the villagers were having, having a ball. They were having, including his daughters. Yango! Astaghfirullah. It's like I seek refuge in the name of the Almighty. How can you call me that abominable name? Yango?
Ladies and gentlemen, that's where some suckers go for break, and when we come back, Jaffa will be able to conclude the show. This show has gone bananas. And sweet potatoes in Africa. We'll be right back after the break. This is the Elders Wisdom Circle.
Being comfortable with who you are.
Yes.
I've been in Uganda for very many years, and I believe Uganda is the place anybody should aspire to live in. We have good weather, we have abundance of food, we have abundance of employment as long as you look out for the right things. But Uganda has been hit in recent times with a stigma of greed, and it shows in everything that we read in the newspapers. It shows on television. It shows even when you're sitting down with people just trying to make ends meet. Everybody wants to bite off a piece that's bigger than what they deserve. That is Uganda's major problem in my eyes. If only we could curb the greed, if only we could share out that pie equally and of course responsibly, then we will be the best country on the planet. In the next 5 years, I really wish and hope that Ugandans can look at the bigger picture, can look at Uganda as a country, can look at their neighbors, their friends, and see that everybody needs equal opportunity. Because in the next 5 years, I don't want people to be calling me up saying, please, can you find me a job? I want people to be calling me up and saying, would you like to come and work with me? That is what I'd like to see. In the next 50 years, I don't want to see my child suffering. I want to see him prosperous. I want to see him with a good wife, with children, with a family of his own.
One's sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Yeah, remember Prince?
Yes.
This is the Elders Wisdom Circle. My name is Eddie Okela and welcome to the program. We are talking about the elders' wisdom. The elders' wisdom. Do you have elders in your life? Do you have elders at home? Do you listen to your elders? Elders means those who are 50 and above. They have seen more life than a person. Right.
Yeah.
And they will pick it up. Now we're living in the eras of fridges, refrigeration, all right? I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm saying there was some wisdom we had there. They had granaries where they will put bananas, okay, cut and kept there, or millet was be put there. All across Africa, you'll find the same, behavior.
Setup.
Yes,
Setup.
setup. You can. We'll get sweet potatoes, we slice them into whatever, into small pieces, and then we
preserve them,
and then we keep
store,
it, yes,
storage.
store it, yes.
What we call food security.
Exactly. So food security in Africa has always been the wisdom of the elders.
Yes.
Now
And
the
our
food
mothers.
security and our mothers. But now the food security in Africa is being said that you need to get this crop because your soil is going. Where does that leave us? Where are our elders to speak sense to us to say, yo, young, slow down a bit. This is how we did it. But that culture has disappeared.
It has disappeared in this way. Let me give you what even taught us in the first place to start preserving. We used to have selfish hunters who would go, and you always, because of the greed in humanity, you'd always go and seek the one-ton buffalo. It is so easy to put down a one-ton buffalo. And it is so easy with greed to slice it open and start roasting your favorite liver and chopping off one leg. But lo and behold, if you had not come with a crowd of your people, helpers from the village, by the time you get back to the village, the hyenas would have feasted on the 1 ton, or the 950 tons left in the wilderness.
It's to reach to some of the elders to tell them, put a granary for us and put some stuff inside.
Yeah, no, the challenge is, the challenge is this, where mothers come, they cut the palm fronts, and they build for you a granary right in front of your eyes. It's like knitting, because they're using palms and palms. It preserves better. Put the platform, setting it with the. Now there's an architect from West Nile called Waswa Primo. He has useful names. Primo. You wonder where it comes from.
Japan. I drive Primo.
Waswa has built an 8-storied design for a cultural center, which we want to build in every region of Uganda and multiply it 15 times, and try to do that to every location in the whole of Africa. I want to introduce that to Baba Professor Lumumba, because we're together in an ironic company called Saint Africa, where we're going to highlight the positives of our people.
This is with Bedford Buyungo.
Yeah, Bedford Buyungo, if you're listening. And Professor is in town, by the way.
Right now. I think he's
No, he was yesterday live on NBS and station in Uganda. But these are the people who are saying, we have a right to call our people saints. Saints in the sense that all goodness resides amongst those who were saintly characters who would actually give us give back to society.
Which is the cultural wholesomeness of sharing.
Yes, and the whole point of I am because we are, and understanding and accepting who you are. You know? Remember me laughing at my grandfather? A lot of people do that.
Yeah.
And that explains somebody calling himself Johnson Biarohanga or Johnson Alemi or Jafar Amin instead of Remo Alemi Dada.
If you want to chum this one here for you, and of course Onyaito Deke, they will love this show today because they changed their names back to Onyaito Deke. You want to chum.
Learning to love yourself.
Yes, and that's a cool stuff.
Yeah, remember the girls who came last week? I hope you really go get a show for them. There's a part that Americans did to us that we are not doing to ourselves. They would always say, I am somebody. You might not love who I am, but I am somebody.
Yes.
I am somebody. It became a chant for us, the people who are Black Panthers. I am somebody. that looking in the face that we
person is lost. We need elders in the fireplace to tell us this. Why and how can we put back our identity? Where can we find the elders who can speak life and sense back to us?
Let me give you a beautiful one. My favorite place is called Kidepo. Kidepo, when you go to Morongole Mountain, then you go to an incredible crater lake near Turkana, and then you come to Elgon. It seems to be an epicenter of all life, all Africans, or the essence of all our genetic identity. Now you find a rabbi coming from Israel saying he's looking for the lost Hebrews in the very same vicinity. If somebody has spent his years in Igbo trying to be an Israelite, rather than understanding that they came from me, you will 54. Now we have the biggest tree here. And the queen, she had to climb up a rope to enter the tree to live. They said, oh, you're jiving, you're joking. I said, now you get it. Of course we live in houses. But it's the same thing with Americans.
Yes.
They're beginning to start accepting and getting African names.
Yes.
It's not so much the Muhammad Ali's ironically getting Arab names. They're now understanding that no, you need to be called Odongo.
Opio.
Nsumuga. Odompeng. Odonkara.
Adrapi.
Remo. You know, they're beginning to understand that those are not dirty names. That is it. The return back to Africa. Americans are loving Africa. It has nothing to do with Obama, but he's accepting his Jaluo-ness. That sense of acceptance.
Our elders understanding this.
The elders taught us that. Believe you me, I came back at age 24 and I was talking through my nose. Clipped English. Wow. I had to put on the brakes and listen. Well, that's how I learned to listen from 1990 to date at age 50.
Safe and keep it elders wisdom circle. Until then, it's a wrap. We're out.
For me, leadership is a privilege of moving people towards a destiny. And for me, it would be towards God's agenda. That's the best, moving people to God's agenda. God has an agenda for everybody. And I know some people will say, oh, it's too much of God. But God has a plan for this world. And so whether you're in business, you're a medical personnel, if somebody came to you, a good medical leader says, I want you not only to be healed, but to be healthy. That's the kind of mindset that I see. And it's about self. So if you ask me, am I a leader? By the grace of God, I am a leader and I am growing as a leader. And I thank God for that privilege of being a leader. And who is a leader to me? It's very simple. Someone that has a vision, but is also someone that is there serving people. For me, that's a leader. Vision is where you want to take things. Serving is the recognition that if the things do not matter to people, drop them.
Wow.
Drop them. Because at the end of the day, whatever we do must make a difference in people's lives. Anybody who has had huge impact in history, in leadership, the impact is not measured by just the things they did, but what those things did for people's lives. Did they make a difference? So it's useless for you to make so much money and the money does not add value to people's lives.
Wow.
So for me, yes, you have to have a vision, and at the end of the day, you are serving people. It doesn't change. Leadership is leadership, whether it is at what we would call a lower level or a top level. Leadership is leadership. It's about influence. It's that influence that comes from you have a vision and you are serving people. So what changes is the level of responsibility, but the other one that people don't like is the level of accountability. You see, Jesus said, to whom much is given, much will be required. So the only differences there is the level of responsibility. When you're at the national level, you are now leadership keeps changing. I want to encourage you, watch the CEO bench so that you can get to hear real practical tips on leadership from people who are actually practicing leadership. Once again, thank you for being a part of the CEO bench right here on House of Talent Television.
The man who has been around for a long time, the man who speaks
and breathe marketing. In fact, it is believed that marketing was injected in him from birth. Ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, is Mr. William Kalombo. Kalombo is a fellow of Nairobi University and a marketer by profession. He is also the convener of the famous Marketers Night Out in East Africa, magazine across Africa, the greatest that we have springing out of East Africa. He's on the program today to share the journey of who is William Kalombo as the CEO of Marketing Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kalombo, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, just a bit scandalized with all these lights on my face. I'm not used to it. First and foremost, thank you for risking to trust that I can have any value for your listeners. That's my disclaimer. Yeah. So at the end of the day, if they do not harvest anything, I think they should shoot you, not me, because I did not invite myself. But thank you all the same. I'm Kalombo William, as you said correctly. I am a marketing by profession. I breathe and inspire marketing in everybody that I talk to and I meet.
Wow. Now, that said, William, I want to just take you down to, you know, the CEO bench is all about marketing, rather leadership, and leadership at self.
In Kenya, but domiciled mostly in Nairobi, with a regional feel, because I'm Ugandan heavily, I'm Tanzanian heavily in trade, but I am a Kenyan and African in spirit.
Let's talk about Kalombo as a child.
I don't remember. I wasn't able to connect at that time. I think that one my mother can tell you very well. Eh? Yes.
So in Africa, when you were growing up, we want to collect the story of how saying, I cannot fail.
I have successfully failed on very many occasions. What pricks me is when I fail without planning. Not that I plan to fail. What I mean is, if I have a project, for instance, I do every available thing to make sure the plans, upfront plans, are working. In such scenarios, when I fail, as it has happened many times, I don't die. I just move on. I pick the pieces and move on. What makes me sad is occasionally you have done poor planning to a project, then you have regrets. But when I fail and everything was nicely planned for, I have zero regret. I just pick up and move on. Because remember one thing, when you're doing a project, there's no way you can plan your own project failure. It cannot work.
William, thank you very much for that. We want to dive deeply into the part of leadership. More than 12 months, and you started this company and it's been running. You lead a team of people, Marketing Africa. We want to know from you, in your own words, what is leadership to you?
Perhaps we need to demystify the word leadership. I have some weird perspectives on the terminology itself. Oui. And I know that in my own private engagements, I talk about mostly the curse of leadership in Africa. But we need to understand, and this I'll take it back to when we were in college. Yeah. The drilling that was infused in us as students of commerce marketing was that we were prepared to become managers after college. So we learned all these big words about management, about leadership, about BCom. But when you came out of college, you were not a manager. All the training was structured to make us imagine that we'll become managers. So we came out of college, and you find that some people will never hold the title manager across their life, which then creates opportunity for you to start feeling low, you lose your motivation. Yes, so you can be a sales rep all your life, yet the training was that you'll be a manager, you get it. So I think then that we need to rethink what leadership is. you must know that not everybody will become a CEO of anywhere. So remember that the most powerful thing is that you already are a CEO of yourself. That should drive you. Yes, at individual level, you are your own personal CEO. So then it should not kill you that you are not CEO of Marketing Africa, you are not CEO of Talent Uganda.
On that note, William, you raise a very interesting perspective. Having understood leadership from your point of perspective and your point of view, what would you term as self-leadership? Because what you're talking about requires a person to get to a certain degree of understanding of self, to pick self, to give self meaning. You pick self, your own self, and gave it a meaning. And today we're here with Kalombo leading a team of people across the region. In your view, what is self-leadership?
Self-leadership is a function of focus on your personal brand. I've seen many people are known because they work for certain companies. I've seen them attract a lot of interest because of the brand they work for. When that opportunity lapses, they get completely lost in the world. Nobody knows them. So it is very dangerous for you to position yourself as that guy, director in Marketing Africa. And when tomorrow Marketing Africa is not there, you are not known for anything. That's why in every other forum, I keep telling people, the only brand that will not leave you in any stage, that will not drop you across your life, is your personal brand. So in everything you do, you must always invest in your personal brand. And remember one thing, if your personal brand is powerful, wherever you are sitting, wherever you are working, you will deliver that value to.
Springing out of Uganda to the rest of the world, giving people an insight into the life of a CEO, either when they're retiring or when they are going up or when they're on the top. What is the journey like for a CEO? How does one get there? Today on the program, we have the CEO of Marketing Africa, Mr. William Kalombo, a seasoned marketer, a great thinker of marketing, breathes and thinks marketing even when he's sleeping. Mr. Kalombo, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Marketing in itself is something that most people don't understand very well. But you are a marketing professional and a CEO of a marketing company that is leading in East Africa. William, in your view, what is marketing, first of all?
It's the art of identifying consumer needs and delivering on them, even beyond them, at a profit to the owner of the brand.
William, I want to take you straight to some of the questions we designed for you today, which should be able to give us an understanding of a CEO befitting of a marketing company, but also as a viewer, what do I want to pick from a man who is on the top? You've been on this journey for a while. I want you to start by telling us, how did you think about starting Marketing Africa? What was the inspiration behind it? And what is Marketing Africa all about as a company?
When I was at the university, we had a publication. It was called the Marketing Review. And we were able to publish that magazine and get 18 full-page adverts at that time, which was a first. I've never seen it up to today. And we made a lot of money from the magazine. At the same time, we were running events as an association, motions ever done up to today, where a lot of prizes were on the giveaway, on the list. It was a scenario where even saved people were participating in the activity because you had to buy a drink, get a voucher, and then get a raffle. Even saved people, you call them Mologol, I think, were participating in this scenario, so they win a prize and leave that beer there. So we started at that point. After university, I told you I worked for 12 months. Then I started a company that was doing below the line activities. So we are doing...
That's what we call in marketing BTL?
BTL, yes, yes. So we did that for a while. And then I made a suicidal move to imagine that I can publish a magazine. Since I had done a very successful one in the university, I thought I can do it now commercially. So I set shop to do a magazine, and one of my board members, he gave us the magazine to do for the society. And that magazine had died. They had, the last 3 years, I think, they did 4 issues, 3 issues, 1 issue, then 0 issue. So we picked a dead publication, reawakened it, and it hit the highway. It was called Sokoni. When it picked...
I was a big reader of Sokoni Africa.
Yes, when it picked, some people, out of their own wisdom, imagined that they can micromanage us and extinguish us and take away the project and give it to somebody else.
As always in Africa?
Which they did. So they took away the magazine from us on the claim that we didn't have a contract. So we are fired, literally. So we had publication knowledge, but we had no publication to do. That's how now Sokoni Africa was born. So we started doing Sokoni Africa, and the MSK sued us. They said, you can't use our name. You have to drop the name, look for your own name. So they took us to court, and we were in court for about 9 months. Within that window, we were able to publish, I think, 3 issues of Sokoni Africa. The courts ruled that until we clear the full case, the case is completely hard, we can't use the name. That week was, I think, the worst week we ever had in our office. And I remember our lawyer is called Mereka. He's a senior counsel in Kenya. We were in the same building. He came down and found everybody happy and jumpy, and he asked, you guys, we just lost the case. What is happening to you? We said we are fine. We said we are fine. So what happened a week after the court banned us from using Sokoni Africa, we launched Marketing Africa, which is Sokoni Africa in English.
Okay, just hold it right there and send that comment, because Kalombo has just hit something very interesting.
Yes, so that's how we launched the magazine.
So did they take you back to court this time around?
It is Marketing Africa, it's not Sokoni anymore. So there was no brand infringement.
Team leader, because I imagine that you had a group of people you're working with and you started together. How did you make it to become the CEO with all of that story? Is it because you won the case by losing it and winning it by starting Marketing Africa?
It's another issue. The question you raise touches on partnerships. You have social partnerships that have successfully collapsed in relationships. You have corporate partnerships that have collapsed. The irony is that you cannot become a multinational or a very big brand.
Yokela, of course, with Mr. Kalombo, the CEO of Marketing Africa. And we would like to hear from you. Send your kisses and disses coming. If you have a question for Mr. Kalombo, we will definitely answer it on the show, either on the comment section of the program. And of course, share it far and wide. Make sure it gets to your grandmother, your grandfather, your cousins, your nephews. We're not leaving anyone behind in Africa, particularly when we're talking about a very serious topic on leadership and marketing of Africa. And we're going to dive a little bit deeper into that with William. William, that said and done, the story of Marketing Africa is very compelling to hear where you're coming from. My question is, what is your view on sponsorship?
They will not give you that money.
Wow.
Or if they know that your project will continue with or without your support, their support, you shall dictate the terms. So we need to be sober enough and arrange things that can run without any injection. Yeah. If you do events like Marketers Night, for instance, our key revenue stream for Marketers Nights is the ticket sale. So we look at the ticket sale and say, this particular event, if you have a budget and you cannot fully finance it from ticket sales, it is an unhealthy event. So we try as much as possible to make sure that we break even on ticket sales, so that then if you attract any sponsorship, it's an additive to the promise, then you can add in a few more things in terms of experience to the people coming. Wow. But the bigger disease is the client themselves. You have people who I'll easily call brand rapists. I'll explain.
Yes.
In value buying,
yes,
the brand custodian is one who takes care of the brand. So much so that, assume the brand is your baby. Brands are our babies. If this brand has diarrhea, has malaria, how are you treating the baby, isn't it? Are you rushing to hospital, checking the temperatures, giving them food, making sure they are warm? Are you getting it? But a lot of us are brand rapists in the sense that we are in the brand for personal gains. We don't care about the brand value. We are killing our brands.
You've had that coming from Mr. Kalombo, and we're going to take another break. And when we come back, Mr. Kalombo will dig deep into, the question of marketing, and we want to understand the idea of change management in that space. The post-COVID-19 situation in Africa that affected many businesses across the world. How was Marketing Africa Limited, that holds some of the big events across the region of East Africa, able to pull things through? Stay right there. The CEO Bench will be right back after this break. Welcome back from that break. My name is Eddie Okela, and this is the CEO Bench, where we're talking to Mr. Kalombo from Nairobi, Kenya, the man who is oiling and planting seeds of marketing across the region of East Africa, and of course springing out to the rest of Africa. If you're a marketer out there, this is probably the best interview for you to look forward to and share it far and wide so that we don't leave anyone out. William has talked about repping brands. Are you one of those people who are a rapist in our region? Can you repent of your sins? Welcome back, William, to the program.
Thank you.
William, very interesting choice of word that you used there. I know you explained it already. We're going down to a moment when we want to talk about something very interesting. One, do you think that brands have optimally utilized the event space across the region, across Africa, and across the world? Do you think that we have optimally utilized that space?
A few brands have got it correct.
Mm-hmm.
Some brands have had a lot of misses.
Mm-hmm.
And the misses is because the people on the brand side do not respect the hustle of the event owners. So severally they look down upon you people in the event space and they don't take you serious. You have scenarios where you are planning an event 6 months down the road and brands are coming on board a day to the function. And they're all over your space trying to dictate things last minute. The idea for creating calendars for are the people who claim to be marketers. The people who occupy marketing offices. If you look at the finance guys, for instance, after the first degree, they are continuously learning. If you look at a lot of marketing, half the guys who are doing marketing. Today, I'm told by my professor friends, in a class of 400, you'll find maybe 15 are doing marketing. The unfortunate thing is that the other one doing insurance or finance, at the end of the degree course, they're coming back to the professor and asking for marketing jobs. The whole profession has porous. It's been water washed. Everybody's claiming to be marketing. Everybody's claiming to do marketing, and it's not protected. In Kenya today, we are benchmarking the Nigerian Institute of Marketing, where we are going to launch a code of practice for marketers, so that not every other lay-by character is claiming to be a marketing person. That then gives you a minimum number of CPDs to achieve every month. So it will force everybody now to go back to supporting the events you do, to acquire those things. By the end of the year, you must have a minimum. The accountants are doing it.
Yes. Lawyers are doing it.
Lawyers are doing it. Now HRM is doing it. Yes.
And even medical profession are doing it now.
Yes.
Wow. So that said, William, do you think that the marketing profession is endangered? Are we the endangered species? Are we our own worst enemy?
Marketing as a profession is the force behind business, and it will be for ages.
Yeah.
But the current players in the space are endangered species.
So from I see your seat where you sit, you think that we are our very own worst enemy?
The biggest enemy to marketing is the marketing person. Those who claim to be in marketing. We don't support anything marketing. Because you are in a big house, you don't look out to see what other people are doing. You get it?
Yeah. That right there is coming out from Mr. William Kalombo, who is the CEO of Marketing Africa. What is your thought? Do you think that you are your own worst enemy as a marketer? Are you the one endangering your own life? Are you strangling yourself because you're not going out to look for information, or because you have stopped thinking and abdicated the duty of thinking to others? That's why the marketers are being suffocated, right? Share your comment right down there on the comment section and ask questions to Mr. William Kalombo. He will definitely be able to respond to all these questions. And of course, we will be able to give you some tips, 1, 2, 3, 4 things that you need to do. But most importantly, Mr. Kalombo, as a practitioner of marketing, is definitely going to be able to answer your question. And it doesn't matter where you are. You've heard what Kenya is trying to do at the moment of bringing the code of conduct. What are you trying to do to get back in line? William, I love what you have said. I want to take you to this part that you've started doing, and has been in Europe. There's a lot of publication about marketing and a lot of marketing publications. In Africa, become a brand name. And you published Marketing Africa magazine, one of the leading professional publications that we have in the region today. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about this and the challenges that you're facing as a publisher in general, publishing marketing content?
Publishing is a challenging space.
Yeah.
So when we went to JOMAG,
it
took us more than 2 years for people to acclimatize to the digital magazine. But we hit cruise level before COVID.
Okay.
So by COVID time, we felt nothing. When they were saying now you can't distribute magazines, they can be source of infection, we are distributing ours at a button. We felt completely nothing. In fact, our advertising revenue grew during COVID.
Yeah.
And the readership has also spiked after COVID.
Yeah. Wow. That said, William, is the interference between marketing industry and the institution churning out budding marketers healthy? Is it healthy?
The interface is very
young people coming out from the universities don't have opportunity to work. How do we bridge the gap between the job adverts that go out looking for 5 years experience, 3 years experience, but I've just come from the university. I've never interacted with any brand out there, and the brand is only looking for people with experience. How do we bridge this gap going forward, in your view as a CEO?
We should bring that down and just hire people who are willing to work, people who are willing to learn on the job. All of us, what we do today, we didn't know. So you get to learn on the job. So long as they have the correct attitude and you are doing a professional onboarding.
As well as how do they manage the change and address the problems that they have that is making them leave to go to the next level. We've seen brands, for example, saying we're parting ways with House of Talent, they're parting ways with Marketing Africa. They just say we leave. Some of them are down to individuals, others are down to the fact that the value are not shared properly. And not everyone finds this part very easy. You are a CEO.
Are you saying change management?
Yes.
Or being dropped as a client or losing accounts?
All of that is part of change management, because when you're being dropped as a client, there's a problem.
Yes.
And when you're a CEO, you are changing position to go to the next one is also a problem. How do you manage change?
When you are losing accounts, it should be an occasion for learning.
Yeah.
there must be a critical reason why you're losing it.
Okay.
In some occasions, you find that somebody is dropping you because they have got their own preferred supply or something like that.
Yeah.
Some others could be malicious with you. So they may drop you because of that. You shouldn't die. That you are dropped should take you back to the kitchen, to look at your own story and see, did I fail in my promise to the client? And a lot of times our promise to the client is punctured from the beginning. It's punctured in the sense that I get into relationship with you as my account, but we don't state clearly what are the deliverables in black and white. So when we start the journey, you start getting now gray areas popping in, and you don't have proper accountability systems on your deliverables. So from the word go, if you're engaging a client, clearly agree on the deliverables, where you can both monitor the progress as you walk the journey.
Wow.
You will be fired even when you are doing the best of jobs. So it should not kill you. And that's why I talked about passion earlier on.
Yes.
Yes, just go back. If you made the mistake yourself, then polish up your story. If the client fired you because of their own issues, they keep moving, isn't it?
Well.
But change management itself is a very big problem in a lot of corporates, even in our own lives. When you find that the things you are used to are shifting, the boyfriend you had is moving on to another side. The girlfriend you had now has got better, handsome-looking guys with fat pockets. It will hit you. What must drive you is that you have to pick yourself up and keep walking. Because the fact that I messed you up should not make you die. You dying will not kill me. Just remember that. If you die, it is you dying. I'll continue moving on.
William, we're going to bring this interview to a close. Like they say, every good thing must come to an end. You are a CEO, all right? And the journey of being an entrepreneur is not an easy one for most people in Africa, at least. The fact that we don't have very many structures that support entrepreneurship. Your journey is one of a testament that when you started the university, there were so many people supporting you. When you came out, it was now real fire, that you have to survive. You are out of university. Nobody's looking at you as a student who they can take advantage of. Now you are starting the journey. So my question is, the entrepreneurial journey has been a very slippery one for many people. And in my view, many people have gone down the drainage without knowing the nuggets of truth of how to bounce back from the challenges they have. What, in your view, is slowing down this in this part of Africa, particularly East Africa, that our entrepreneurs don't go past a certain level?
Entrepreneurship is a big challenge. The fallacy is that we imagine entrepreneurship only applies when you are running your own kiosk. The critical thing is that we need to coach people to have an entrepreneurial mindset, which means I can work for a particular company, but I have an entrepreneurial mindset. That mindset is one that brings solutions to challenges. So you can be a manager in any space, but you think solution to any challenge that you come to. So you don't have to necessarily run your own outfit to call yourself an entrepreneur. That's the first one. The next thing is that we've started what we call entrepreneurial clinics. And the idea behind it is to just pull together people in that space to learn, share and coach each other. That was based on the fact that a lot of people start businesses. They are entrepreneurs, they start a lot of businesses. And you imagine that all I need to start business, you get very big LPOs from people who will never pay you. So you end up collapsing, you get it? You've seen people start business and you step on toes, you are sued. You've seen people who run out of finance, isn't it? You've seen people who are not compliant in tax matters. There are 15 critical elements that are killing entrepreneurs. So if they are alive to all these factors, it will make their journey more soft. Because any one of those factors can collapse you, I can tell you. So you must be permanently alive to the critical factors that will sustain your entrepreneurial journey.
Also,
it's not only money, it's not only having business coming in.
Wow.
So that you can help them hit their targets. We don't have a genuine drive to support SMEs completely.
In your view, what should be done to help this?
Government should take ownership, because the interest to have jobs created is a huge interest for government, more than anybody else. Remember, joblessness can create chaos.
Yeah. Wow. And lastly, in that point, William, what would you advise a novice entering the business space for the first time to do? A young man, a young lady entering the business space like you are. Informational change means to you, Mr. Kalombo, as the CEO, today where you sit?
Let me talk about the mind.
Yes.
I think that we have a polluted mindset in Africa, because if you look at what is happening in Europe and what is happening in Africa, the crisis is a mindset crisis. So you have people in Africa who are ruling you, who don't even have papers. Peace have become our governors, have become everything you can mention. In effect, sidelining professionals, and professionals have taken a backseat. They don't want active participation in that space because it's dirty. They can really finish you. So we need to change our mindset and work for the nations that we belong to.
Space in Kenya, it's quite a very interesting thing.
I know that this is a new word for Kampala. It's heavily used in Kenya, character development, especially in social spaces where people are talking about relationships, man-women relationships. So character development is where you indulge in some fling. You come with all your hopes on the table. Then they are all punctured, like you break up the balloons.
And then, so why did you guys pick Nairobi people and Kenyan people pick this thing as the best way to link it to character? How does that link to character?
You see, now after the breakup, somebody's going to cry.
Yes.
They go crying, tears in buckets. So,
So William,
so in the same space,
yes,
you find business is giving people character development.
Okay.
You come in with a lot of hope, with a lot of plans, and everything you planned, you find is not working.
Yeah.
Business is how you can break this glass on cement, for example. This glass will be your plan. But the reality is when the rubber hits the tarmac, it's very different. You hit this thing on the tarmac, on the cement, you don't know where the pieces will go to. We've had scenarios. The typical planning, I'll give you the example. You've serviced your car, you've done everything you wanted, and you're telling yourself, I'm going to Mombasa with my good people. We will take 5 hours on the road, we'll enjoy everything along the journey. When you start the journey, your tire goes flat, your spare is not working, your car is overheating, you find somebody has hit you from behind, you have so many things popping up. Focus on it and keep working, is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, the show has come to an end. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and of course, William Kalombo, right here in Kampala. As always, the parting shot to William Kalombo from the CEO Bench is, have you ever cooked for your wife? And when, since you're always giving us the marketer's night out, is there a marketing night in your kitchen?
When we do marketer's night, I don't cook.
Have you ever cooked for your wife?
It won't help them.
The show bench has come to an end. And a toast to this. William, thank you very much for coming to the show. And from us here, we say goodbye.
Vision is where you want to take things. Serving is the recognition that if the things do not matter to people, drop them.
Wow.
Drop them. Because at the end of the day, whatever we do must make a difference in people's lives. Anybody who has had huge impact in history, in leadership, the impact is not measured by just the things they did, but what those things did for people's lives. Did they make a difference? So it's useless for you to make so much money and the money does not add value to people's lives.
Wow.
So for me, yes, you have to have a vision, and at the end of the day, you are serving people. It doesn't change. Leadership is leadership, whether it is at what we would call a lower level or a top level. Leadership is leadership. It's about influence. It's that influence that comes from you have a vision and you are serving people. So what changes is the level of responsibility, but the other one that people don't like is the level of accountability. You see, Jesus said, to whom much is given, much will be required. So the only differences there is the level of responsibility. When you're at the national level, you are now responsible for an entire nation. When you are a CEO, now you're no longer just looking at the department, you are looking at the entire entity. The responsibility has changed, the accountability even goes higher. Hi, this is Julius Wotlonyo, pastor at Watero Church. Thank you so much for tuning into House of Talent Television. It's a great, innovative way of doing TV, and particularly for being a part of the CEO bench, talking about leadership. You know what, friends? Leadership can be tough. Leadership can be lonely, and the dynamics of
disappearing while he's here on the Family Talk Show, but today he decides to go out and do an assessment of the cows and how much milk they produce. So he's out there in Barara, the land of milk and honey, trying to do an assessment. But we are here. The Family Talk Show is here. My name is Hassan, and the pastor, the big pastor, is also here. So it's going to be the two of us talking family. And this week, the topic is something that you have really been looking out for and asking us about it. We are going to be talking, what is the difference between leading a family and heading a family? That's the discussion here. And then by the end of the show, we expect that you could have picked something out of it and the best practice that will take you forward with your family value systems. Pastor, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Hassan. I think it's right for me to say Happy New Year.
Why? Why Happy New Year?
I'm not sure whether we've met this year.
We have met online.
We've met online, yes. You used to do chicken. I don't know whether you still do chicken.
Yes.
Because now that you said who has gone to milk cows, which I don't know whether he's going to milk, but all I know, he went to strengthen his family, because it's one thing to talk about family, and it's another thing to practice what we're talking about. Yes, husbands, you need long time with your wives. I know sometimes men get married, then they spend more time outside than with their wives. So I'm glad. Salute to you, Eddie, and your queen, Joyce. I'm sure she's making you happy, and getting some good units there. But I know one of the things that Eddie keeps saying, yes, we are live on HTV, not HTV, on YouTube, live on
on
Facebook.
Yes.
All right. If you don't find us there, you know he went with the line.
No,
Yeah, you know
we are
power.
streaming live on Facebook, House of Talent Uganda on Facebook, and on YouTube, House of Talent Uganda. You can also find us on Twitter at HTV1 on Twitter, HTV1 Uganda on Twitter. This is the Family Talk Show. Pastor, how was the week?
The week brings me to one of the points I wanted to say is we are sad that a powerful leader or head of state, and maybe that will run into our
I don't want to
friend,
say head of state.
Yes, John Pombe Magufuli. He had a powerful name of Pombe, which definitely excited the Tanzanians. But we want to extend our condolences.
That's what I tweeted. And on Wednesday, when he was laid to rest, it was a sad moment for me. I just don't know why, but I felt very low that day. Of course, reading a lot of literature of the things he has been able to do in such a short time, then I started to say we need to redefine leadership. For me, that's what comes to my mind. We need to redefine leadership. But also, as the week ended, the news that the traffic and road safety,
whoever is driving, of course there are other units of people that we are going to benefit from, those who are using generators and the rest. And now that electricity is running, so less fuel I think is going, so we need to go back to, and our roads are dying. And you see, you guys have been saying the roads in Tanzania are well paved, the ones in Kivuli are not paved. So why aren't they paved? We stopped paying taxes for fixing the roads. Yes, but I think we should be working on making more money.
For me, it's going to be a big debate on especially double taxation on the same unit. But,
those debates, are they debates? to me, what I really want, is the president to sign out the bill on parliament, not parliament, NSSF. So that what we've been saving for we get to eat.
Hopefully, the president will accept to sign midterm access because NSSF is a big resource for running.
Yeah, but they're not even talking about midterm. That's late term. The people they're talking about are not in their mid.
It's late.
Yes, it's late term access.
Maybe the journalists, the media coined the term midterm because it never existed. It was only at the end of retirement. That's when you'd get money. So now they call it midterm. Okay. To dive into the show today, we are talking about the difference between leading a family and heading a family. And Pastor, I will start with you. How do you understand these two words, leading and heading a family?
Heading. Okay, I think we need to get this context right, because I think sometimes where we go wrong is we forget to understand that family is organic in nature. Yes. There ought to be somebody who takes decisions or who is held accountable for the decisions made in that family, and then there also ought to be leadership. And so when we talk about leadership and headship, we may define definition, but I think there ought to be somebody who is the go-to person in every family. Traditionally, it's the father or the mother, no, not the mother, the father.
The selfish definition.
Yes.
We would say a selfish definition. Headship for me, when you get to understand head of a family, because the context now becomes religious. Okay? When religion say that the head of a family, that's where we find that word, head of a family. We also find that word from people who do the census. Because when they come to us, they say, who is the head of the household? That's what they tell us. Okay? So, in the way the word head of a family is used, comes with tasks. It's about tasks. And those tasks are about, one, financial responsibility, problem solving, and then giving advice. So, in saying, there's that nuclear one that
you have the right one.
Yeah, the nuclear family, that small one. Okay? And then there's the context of family. You often hear people say, my family. My wife's family. My husband's family. Then what does that mean? What do has specific tasks that he's expected to do.
Yeah.
So that's what makes him head of a family.
Okay.
But there's been a lot of studies going on, especially around this concept, head of a family.
Yes.
Should it be head of a family? Should it be leader of a family? Because like you said, leadership is about guidance.
Yes.
Leadership is about making sure that we mobilize each other and achieve the set goals.
Yeah.
That in this case, family value systems.
Yes, yeah.
What value systems do we set up?
Yeah.
And then you need a leader to make sure that we achieve that.
Yeah.
So it's quite
yeah.
Depending on who is believing what.
Yes.
But the issue of family power and decision making also now comes in.
Yes.
Like you have been saying. Who is the leader? Who is the head? The head, often male with family power and decision making, but again, times have changed, okay? And puts everything into rethinking again.
Yes.
And this is a concept that has been researched on very, very low.
Yeah.
Head of a family. No one goes out there to do, how do people understand head of a family and leadership of a family?
Yeah, but to me, I think the confusion has been brought by over. That's why you find people say, my husband's family, my family, my son's family, because we are so divided. But I think we need to get back to, okay, what is the foundation of family? All right? If God is the foundation of family, then we ought to do business of the family and uphold the institution of family according to the design of God. But you see, I think we are trying to throw out. You had people swear in and they didn't say amen, they said are women. Because they feel now when you say amen, you're over lifting men. When you say a women, you're more educated. And to me, I think that's total absolute nonsense.
Then we just say amina.
But they're coming for that.
Okay, this
unless
is
you say Amina.
This Amina is a name.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unless you change Amina to Amina, you're going to have trouble. You wait. I'm not a prophet.
This is the Family Talk Show. It's myself, Hassan Sekajolo, and Pastor Joshua Mugabi. We're discussing this not so much looked at concept of heading a family and leading a family. That's what we're discussing. We want you to find out at the end of the show, are you heading your family? Are you leading your family? More of that is coming into the show. But just before we go for a break, Pastor, what is out there in Ugandan families? Are Ugandan families with heads of families, or Ugandan families have leaders of families?
Wow. Tough question. Of course, people say, what research do you have? I have no research. I just have feelings and observation.
Yes.
Because unfortunately, you find that many of us grew up without our fathers and we grew with our mothers. Again, because of HIV, because of war, because of abduction and disappearances, things have changed. That now women must rise up to be both heads and leaders. In some families, both the eldest boy must rise up to be that. And so
I'll not say that the change is massive. No, it's on a very small scale. Because even middle class families have real big issues on around managing themselves. Real big
talk
issues.
About the Birmingham Palace.
Exactly. So for me, the change is slow, but it's purposeful. For people to understand, do I choose to be a head of a family, or I choose to lead the family? Because this is a decision we need to make, and later we shall discuss what are the advantages of leading and what are the advantages of heading, but also the other way around. What do you miss if you choose to be a head of a family, and what do you gain if you choose to be a leader of the family? And just on Friday, we had this annual members meeting for the Men Engaged Fraternity, over 60 organizations. We were in this meeting and we had a chance to listen in to research from the AfriChild Center. They're doing a lot of research around family, children, and parenting. So they did this research on the impact of fathers as active and positive and present members of the family.
Is that
What is the
leaders or
impact?
heads?
Fathers. Well, the research showed that actually the community, the young children that were interviewed and the wives and the women were actually pointing to head.
Yes.
Because, for example, the children, their understanding of an active father is being able to pay school fees for us.
Yes.
That's how they understand it. That they must be able to pay school fees for us. They must be there to make sure that we have a mattress.
Yes.
So it's about tasks, it's about provision. That's how the children were understanding it. And then the wives, the women were understanding it also differently. Because they say for us, an active, positive and present father is someone who is there all the time at home so that the children see he's around.
Yes.
So you see? So it keeps shifting. Then for me that pointed out that many of the Ugandan families just have heads of family. They have heads of families. In that research, the women who are doing the things the children thought are supposed to be done by the father, the children called them fathers.
Okay.
So the research brought a concept of women fathers.
Okay.
Because the children saw them as the ones doing the things they think a father should do. So they were calling them, that is our father.
Picking coffee berries.
Yes, that is our father.
Fetching water.
Yes.
Okay.
So widely out there, Ugandan families have heads of family. Just heads of families. When we talk about whether they are present or what, that's another matter. But they just have heads of families. And today we are discussing head or lead. What works for us? What is good to make sure that we're building family value systems? Because if we don't have family value systems, we get problems at the top. This country and the whole world is suffering from dishonesty. And where do we build dishonesty from? We build honesty from home.
Beautiful.
And it's the value systems at home that build the honesty. Today, you can't employ people and you make big profit.
You can't employ your own family and be profitable.
You see?
Yes.
Because people are dishonest. They will steal from you, they will do that, they will manipulate this, manipulate that.
Let's do a break, I believe.
We just have to go into a break, and when we come back from the break, we're going to discuss which is which, what is good, leading or heading a family. We'll be right back.
Been in Uganda for very many years, and I believe Uganda is the place anybody should aspire to live in. We have good weather, we have abundance of food, we have abundance of employment as long as you look out for the right things. But Uganda has been hit in recent times with the stigma of greed, and it shows in everything that we read in the newspapers. It shows on television. It shows even when you're sitting down with people just trying to make ends meet. Everybody wants to bite off a piece that's bigger than what they deserve. That is Uganda's major problem in my eyes. If only we could curb the greed, if only we could share out that pie equally and of course responsibly, then we'll be the best country on the planet. In the next 5 years, I really wish and hope that Ugandans can look at the bigger picture, can look at Uganda as a country, can look at their neighbors, their friends, and see that everybody needs equal opportunity. Because in the next 5 years, I don't want people to be calling me up saying, please, can you find me a job? I want people to be calling me up and saying, would you like to come and work with me? That is what I'd like to see. In the next 50 years, I don't want to see my child suffering. I want to see him prosperous. I want to see him with a good wife, with children, with a family.
Welcome back from the break. This is the Family Talk Show. Welcome back from the break. This is the Family Talk Show on House of Talent Television. House of Talent Uganda on Facebook. You can find us there. Like the page and watch all our programming. The Family Talk Show comes to you live from our studios on Plot 45 Bukoto Street, where we are right now giving you the discussion on today's topic, the difference between leading a family and heading a family, which way to go for building this in Uganda. Thank you for those who are following us on our Facebook page. Jemima Okwi, you are watching in from Buwate. Eddie Okila is watching in from holiday. Enjoy the holiday and have the best of it. And don't come back here and say you really did not have a holiday. Make sure you come back with good stories from the holiday, Eddie Okila. Pastor,
yeah.
What are the advantages for leading a family?
Yeah.
And what are the disadvantages?
Okay. Like I said in the beginning, the family is both organic but also institutional. Yes, organic organization. I think organization is better. So you can have headship because yes, it's natural, it's definite. People look up to you, and yeah, you're there, but taking people nowhere. But for every organization to win, it must have direction.
Yeah.
And I think leadership is defined by Maxwell as influence. Another guy that helped me understand leadership more, he said, leadership is a discipline of exerting special influence within a group to lead it towards goals of beneficial permanence. And so there's a degree to which you exert influence and cause people to move towards goals that benefit them together, and those benefits. The question of who pays school fees, where do we stay, do we have rent, do we have food, do we have clothing, are we happy together, and naturally met, because the leader, whoever occupies that position, is thinking and driving us towards that. We raise children not like we raise puppies, because I know some puppies are trained, some naturally growing puppy. They could be the same breed, German Shepherds. So the trained German Shepherd will bring memory. So we want our family to harness the resources to make sure we get where we want to go. Where there's leadership, there's no question of whose money are we using. All the money is ours to bring us to the point of where we need to be, so that we can grow. We make sure that our land titles are in our names, our catalog books are in our names, so that nothing can go wrong. The children have the right names, they know who they are connected to. I think that is what leadership is about. But headship can simply be functional. You have no influence, things happen, maybe only left to. But you want your family to go beyond that. What language, what practices, what values, what kind. And I know in the past there used to be the question of mwana wani, whose child? Because we're saying where there's proper headship and leadership, that family is definitely going to be humane, I would say. Yeah.
For me, the issue of leadership, I think, brings in an element of teamwork.
Yeah.
When you choose the dominant characters and to ensure that they don't override others. Otherwise, you get problems.
Yes.
That's, for me, that's one of the side effects for leadership.
Yeah.
Is that the dominant people will assume and take over, and other people will think that if we don't hear from him, we don't have the prerogative to make a decision.
Yeah. Well, you articulate a tickle in my mind. Sometimes, again, the challenges come in because, I need to say this, that where there's leadership, the roles set, so that you are not a leader because you are the chief financial of what is happening there. Okay, you are not the leader because you have the greatest age. Okay, you're not the leader because you're most highly educated, but again, you are the leader because you are influencing in the right direction. And by the way, you can be a leader without having a position. And I think that's something we should be ready for. You're not aspiring for the position. You want to be able to say, okay, as a family, this is where we need to go. Let the head lead. So that's why, again, to resolve that, it was clear right from the beginning, let the man be the head. Okay? It doesn't necessarily mean he has all the money, he has all the power, he has all the decisions. No, but for purposes of saying, when we've decided whose word will we take to hold this family accountable, the head of the family will be held accountable. Should we count the people? Should we name the people? Should we accept? Should we expel? The head has that function, but doesn't mean he has everything. All right. So I think if we can
disprove us,
so, and I think that's where the challenge or the problem lies. To me, I think, of course, in Uganda especially, we are fully spoiled to think that leadership is falling into things so that you can eat. Okay, you become a heir. You think that now gives you right to sell
everything,
all the land. That's not what we are talking about. All right, we are talking about the representative voice that says this family desire, and you make sure that what they need is addressed. That's true leadership. That's true headship. The head does not take you to a fire. All right, although it's the feet that will draw you there, but the head takes a decision and say, you know what, that direction we're going to get destroyed. There's an escape route here. There is a need to back up, and so it issues a command to the feet and they turn round. Yeah.
Just before the break, we were talking about how ownership of property, especially for heirs, twists and turns the whole notion of head of a family. Because in this instance, if it is a heir, the heir assumes head of what family now? You see? It means there are lots of people that you are responsible for. And you're more like a trustee. For me, the concept of heir is more of a trustee. And if it is more of a trustee, then that's why some families now, you find that they say, all my children are my heir. Some people are doing that. That all of them will be heir.
Book of Revelation tells us beasts are rising with the head of a horse, the head of one. You don't want your family to become that disconfigured. It ought to be clear. Like, again, when you're going to war, you don't want a spear that has 3 heads. It won't kill anything. You won't go where but the more pointed, the sharper. That's why they even talk about laser-guided missiles, because they hit the point. And the point is, for our families, we want to continue successfully. All right? Our resources are working for the good of the family, not for an individual. So that's why we are saying that it should be clear who is the head, who casts the tiebreaker. Okay, because all these other things, mobile prisons, and that's what happens. But again, we are saying, how do we get to a place of making decisions? It's not me against my husband. It's me with my husband, we are making progress. It's not me against my children. It's me and the children, we are making progress. And we must do that. Don't hurry to get there, because we have, again, different leadership styles. We have different character traits. There are some people who say, I am fast, but they will crash in Mulago before they go any further. There are those who seem to be slow, and definitely they are slow. But true leadership, challenges us to be able to make decisions at the right time and to get the right resources towards that decision. So if your wife is more knowledgeable, it's not wrong for her to say, okay, my husband, let's make a decision in this. You've sat down, you've agreed, and it's okay.
Can you have a head and a leader in the same family unit?
Yeah. You can.
So the woman can be head and the man can be the leader?
I think it's usually the man is the head because we said it's a function, and the wife can be the leader. Yeah.
So
and again, the leadership and headship is not about power.
Because that's where the real problem is.
Yes. No, we're not talking about who has the power. And again, the moment you are fighting for power, there's a bigger problem than who is the head. Yeah. That's when you start jumping over fences to establish your headship or your leadership. And
there are comments for you here, Pastor.
Yes.
Ken Jemba.
It should not be fleeing. Again, it's a power thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But also, behind that fleeing, sometimes we've not dealt with the things that we need to deal with. All right?
Yeah.
The man wants to come back home anytime. Don't call me. Don't ask me where have you been, because I am the man. No. Leaders must be accountable. Give accountability. And you don't want to do things that will bring harm and bring disrepute to you and to your family. So resolve your problems. Fleeing does not resolve the problem.
Absolutely.
All right? Fighting your wife does not resolve the problem. And disowning her and divorcing her does not solve the family problem.
Even beating her up solves nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. And you raise an important point of power.
Yeah.
Men and power. One of the reasons men flee is because they're not used to be second.
Okay.
They're not raised to be second.
Yes.
Now, when they see that the woman is an active leader,
Yes.
because also in leaders we have differences.
Yes.
When the woman is an active leader, because the man is not used, is not trained, has not been groomed to be second.
Yes.
That is one of the reasons they flee.
Yes.
Because they want to assume and they assume they're entitled to power.
Yeah. But let me give an illustration here that I think will help us. Because we get challenges, or we get challenged power-wise every day in different places. And some we've accepted and we've not allowed them to disturb us. Just like if you're driving on the road, which many men like to drive. There are those who will challenge you by virtue of the size of the car they drive.
Yeah.
All right. Sometimes you are on the highway and talks, and unfortunately, by the way, it's God who has mixed us up. Usually, silent men have loud women, and loud men have silent women. I don't know, but maybe God was trying to bring a balance in families.
Yeah.
We were different. So you want to ask yourself, how does the character of my wife challenge me to go higher, to be better and faster in making my decisions? At least to me, that's what I resolved.
To try and educate the men to understand, how do I react where my wife, my spouse, my living partner is much better than me in some aspects? Do I resort to an inferiority complex and begin fighting back? Or I turn that, like you say, in a positive way and try to see, how do I make myself better and learn from my partner and be much better? So we are discussing now, Pastor. From the discussion, it points to the fact that leading a family has greater advantages. But now, if I am heading a family, how do I move from heading it to leading it?
So one of the things you've said, let's learn. And I think peers, listen to your elders. All right, listen to wholesome content. So I think that will help. Right now we have the advantage of WhatsApp and the rest. How I wish we could be intentional in what messages we get. Because unfortunately, many men unfortunately only go out for pornography. And pornography does not make your life better. It destroys you. And what we have on WhatsApp, unfortunately, sometimes is rumor talk here and there. Did the doctor get a proper vaccine or whichever? But let's ask ourselves, what have I learned? How do I affirm my wife? How do I bless her? How do I listen? How do I avoid being thrown into exile?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do I become more accountable? How do I pick conversation with my teenager children? How do I change diapers? Of course, when men begin to do that, I don't know whether you remain with work.
I'll still have work.
Yes.
I'll still have work to continue to model a proper equal relationship.
Yes.
Because men will just have land. So modeling that relationship to be mutually equal will still be my work.
Yes.
But right now, I have to start to say, you can do this work.
Yeah.
Because doing domestic work, and this is something men confuse, I don't know, it's society that has confused it. Doing domestic work is not something that is a burden.
Yes.
Doing domestic work is actually learning a skill.
You know, sometimes I tease people and say, I'm here in the kitchen making love, and they say, what? I say, yeah, I'm making love with soap and water and a sponge, cleaning the dishes. And they say, you are foolish. No, but you see, but you see, it doesn't take away my manhood. No, but it's in fact is accelerating my involvement in the work. That's why women were saying we want men around, so that their children learn to be responsible. That after eating, you clear their plates. All right. When you are home, you don't look at the television on soaps that do not
enhance family bonding.
Family bonding. So do the right thing. I cleaned my shoes to his father, and they were poor grades, beating, and so end up beating the child. How can you bring me such a report? But the story goes that the child said, you know what, I am sorry, but when mommy was clearing out things, I found this report, and it is your report when you're in P4. What a shame.
And for you have been beating up your own child for poor grades.
Yes, but after even saying, no, for me, I never did poorly in school. No, let's talk through our lives. That when I was growing up, I lived in a home which was all stars.
Yes.
All right, you sit in the night and you see many stars. People want to go to 5-star hotels. May grow up in a home with many stars.
Many stars.
You see them live.
100-star
home. And never allow it to rain at night. Because if it rains at night, you must bring a basin, put it over your, your head. But those stories help our children to be better. And also they remind us, because some of us now, guys, we drive 4-wheel drives and the rest. We've made lots of money, all right? We are powerful. People bow down as we go past. But friends, that's not where we were. And thank God we've reached there. Yet, unfortunately also, through tax changes, we could go back to where we came from. But develop that inner you that has a capacity. Whether you've lost it, you can rebuild. Let's not fight over things. Let's not fight over power.
Also, in addition, to move from head of a family to leader of a family will take a lot of consultation. You said listening and working together, consultation. This notion that men are decision makers is trouble. Is trouble for men, because they tend not to consult, because they think they have the power and the authority to make the decisions.
But you see, decision making is not necessarily just making any decision.
Exactly. People don't understand, how do I make decisions? That is
the right decision.
Exactly. How do I make right decision? It's through consultation. So we need to, if you're just a head of a household and you want to understand, how do I become a head who leads, if I can use the acronym, how do I become a head who leads my family? Then you really have to factor in consultation. You have to factor in listening to people. You have to factor in making sure that everybody is comfortable with the decision that is about to be made.
You know, let's not go down the ditch. Let's move on.
I just saw things that make us better husbands Because also the concept of being a husband
Yeah.
is quite misunderstood
Yeah.
by many people. So this is out there for you. As we wind up this show today, we are saying that consult, 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 listen, 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 and that will make you a leader in your family. Leaders make sure that everybody is participating and everybody is comfortable with what is going on. That's how people have ownership for the decisions that are made and can defend you to the last nail.
Yep.
Yes, Pastor. Your parting shots?
Well, we said that families need to have clear headship. The head needs to function and give great leadership, and their qualities of great leaders, their principles of leadership that need to be practiced, not just for men. Guys, let us learn to be vulnerable. Let us allow ourselves to say, what you don't know, you don't know. I know Kapo says, what you know, you know. All right? Yes, what you know, you need to know, but what you don't know,
you don't know.
You don't know, but aspire to learn. And sometimes the teacher, the best teacher that you have is your immediate family. Your children, your wife, and your in-laws also.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. As we end this show today, a big shout out to the women who are wonderful leaders.
Yes.
Women, I always say women have always been wonderful leaders in the family. And people say, I'm trying to bring down men.
Yeah.
But when you go through the concept of leadership, women have actually been wonderful leaders.
Yeah.
So a lot of men need to learn how to be heads who lead.
Yes.
Okay? Because we're still dealing with this issue of men are the heads of the family.
Yes.
Okay? So how do we work within that and transform this headship?
Yeah.
How do we transform the headship and then we get heads who lead? That way we're building stronger families. That way we're building strong family value systems that will turn around this world from a low-income country
whatever that is.
Magufuli made Tanzania middle income.
Middle income.
Yes.
We are so grateful for that. But again, even in the USA, who are first world, you still find guys who are more broke than Ugandans.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
They don't have access to jackfruit. They don't have access to pawpaws. They don't have access to sugar cane. So sometimes ask who is the poor one. Ask who have sugar cane and jackfruit, or the ones who have to buy pills that they call sugar. I don't know, but you are the man with more knowledge.
Comparative Mugabe. We have been discussing the difference between leading Joshua Mugabe and Eddie, who is out there on a family mission.
Yep.
Sometimes you need time out.
Not sometimes. Regularly.
Eddie said
every month.
He learned from the show last week.
Okay.
Love needs to be